I'm the one who saves the earth.
Okay, so give you a recap of where we were last time. You guys are currently in Leppenstadt, working to defend the beast in the theory that he is innocent. The group has spent the last couple of days investigating. You had the second day of the trial, which, at least according to the defense attorney, he thinks that the case went somewhat in your direction. He considered it basically a draw. It didn't necessarily make it worse, but didn't necessarily make it better. Compared to the first day when the champion was testifying, that it didn't really go very well at all. So there is an improvement. The day has wrapped up. The group has been tasked with finding any remaining evidence that might be out there, anything that might prove the beast's innocence. Although, again, your real mission is making sure the beast has a fair trial, not necessarily proving that he's innocent or guilty. The judge that hired you guys originally didn't have a view one way or the other. She just wanted to make sure that the trial was fair. Some of you may or may not have a theory along those lines. You have one remaining site to go look at, which is the old sanctuary just north of town, about 30 minutes travel from town. It was apparently burned down by the beast sometime recently, killing all the people, and the only survivor was the head doctor's assistant, who was blinded in the fire. George had spoken to him during the day, during the trial, and he confirmed the story, the description, everything else. From his account, it appeared to be the beast walking through the building, having burnt it to the ground. Now, the other piece of this is, given the second day of the trial, partially because of your guys' defense of the beast, making some headway, as well as just the build-up and excitement in the town, there is a growing sense of mob justice in the villagers, such that there's been quite a bit of talk about the villagers taking matters into their own hands and not waiting for the trial to conclude. Some people mentioning that, hey, if there's these people that are going to make arguments against it, that maybe there's a chance the beast will get away. Why don't we not wait? Let's take action. So the court has asked whomever is available to help protect the courthouse in case there's any trouble tonight before the last day of the trial. Current calendar is 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. Everything kicks off with the last day of the trial. Expectation is by the evening of the following day, judgment will be passed, and then that following morning, the beast will be put to death. That's the consensus of about 90% or so of the town. It is, I believe, about, we'll say 8 p.m. And you guys were you had done some shopping, done some basic gear and so forth. All your spells are otherwise, I think, set. And at least some of the group was looking to head out to the sanctuary to investigate that versus potentially stay here. So who wants to do what? You do have horses that you guys had gotten previously.
30 minutes.
30 minutes to get there, 30 minutes back, plus whatever time you spend at the location.
The sanctuary is part of the town that got destroyed.
It's an asylum for the mentally ill that was located several miles north of town. It had been there for years, and about 4 months ago, it burned to the ground, killing all the patients and the head doctor, scarring the assistant. And according to his testimony, during the fire, he saw the beast himself, and gives a accurate, if potentially vague, description of the beast walking through the fire in the building before the place collapsed and blinded him. Last thing he saw was the shape of the beast.
That's a certain door.
No, there's no video evidence. That was all destroyed in the fire too.
So, speaking through the witch is channeling her voice through me.
Okay.
The surgical tools that we found, you had said that I had a read on it.
It does.
High end.
Correct.
There's some place in town that identify who it is or
Sure.
Or something like that we can leave it with while we're gone today, and someone we can get that information in the morning when we're back at the
I'll let you make that determination. It's not a small town. It's a fairly industrialized town. There are certainly areas where those sorts of tools might be made, produced, sold, etc. If you want to leave it with somebody, let me know who it is.
But that's like if we were going to go to, say, a shop. I didn't know if it was a shop that we'd go to or just if we were going to like a manufacturer, we could probably all go there.
Yeah, I mean, there's no factories as such.
Right.
Don't think like the 1900s. Think more like the 1700s, etc.
Okay.
I mean, there would be several areas in town where you could purchase those sorts of things, but if you go to a shopkeeper and say, "Hey, can you tell me who has this?" He's going to say, "No," or "Yeah, I'll get to it at some point." You really would have to have somebody investigate that and go ask questions of different places.
You two are staying right to guard the beast from Justice.
Could I use my bardic lore?
You have already, and you were not able to identify
Okay,
anything
did?
from it. Yes.
Okay.
Back when you guys located them, you had done that. Yeah, I mean, you could give it conceivably to the defense attorney, but he's overworked with the trial already. And I mean, when you mention it to him, his response is, "Well, isn't that what you guys signed up to do?" If you think this is relevant, I mean, I know there's 10 of you wandering around, although only a portion of you actually signed up. But certainly, you could send somebody to check into these if they're of value.
Would say Bard was that? Don't worry about it.
We don't need to solve the mystery.
Can't just.
And functionally, from a game standpoint, you got 10 characters.
Anybody else want to?
You stay behind that. Okay, so that would be each day you have to go into town for a while to try to figure
Right.
Which means you can't guard the beast.
for, I mean,
Another strong person.
the fighter's there for now. You think in a few hours, obviously places are going to start closing. Relatively soon. I mean, it is, I guess it is.
8 o'clock thing. I mean, things would be closing 10, 11 o'clock or so. You could certainly do some investigations and follow up on things, but keep in mind though, it's not just perception. Perception is looking around and seeing something.
Would it be society?
Society would be some, diplomacy would be some, depending on the approach you take. I mean, there's a lot of different skills you could apply. Look at what skills you have and how you could apply it to the situation.
Well,
Versus otherwise. And keep in mind, this is sort of the scenario that you guys were in at Hergstag, where everybody split up and went to different buildings.
Right.
You can do that. Some of you go to the sanctuary, some of you go to the courthouse, some of you investigate this or other threads. It's up to you guys to balance what's the most important given the time that you have available. Now, most of the town, given the general frenzy and everything, they're staying up late. Okay? Shopkeepers and everything are enjoying the fact there's lots of people on the street, and the town guard is dealing more with drunken mobs and drunken people drinking and partying than they are true crime as such. Okay? Because everybody's here to see the spectacle of the beast being killed. So they're all excited about that. Now, there's a lot of anger and everything, some of which has been obviously directed towards you guys. That's a factor. Other than that, like I said, you guys got 10 characters. you let me know who wants to go where and what they want to do.
You wanna go ahead and take the.
I just need a duplicate spell.
Yeah. You need more than 10 characters?
I need to stream one of these, like,
So they're silver. They're worth a lot of money. They have an engraving of. According to my real. Oh,
Whoa.
yeah! Don't sell them.
Maybe we shouldn't give it to
Or do.
Greed might get the best.
Or do, and then the druid never comes back.
Druid retires.
I got good crafting, bad diplomacy, and good society.
So, and
That's the only traits that we discussed that with.
You guys have a wide variety of
Yeah.
classes and skills. Lots
What
of
do you-
people could be
what do you
useful.
got good skills? Okay, and you got diplomacy and perception.
I also have a +9.
I have yes.
I like to swear.
Hey, if we find them in the bottom of the ocean, it's all on you.
Okay, the last couple of times we went
I did
out,
just
we've
get
had to
skill
deal with
training.
water.
I have a high society, a high diplomacy, and a very high perception.
So the three of you are probably the best group to go take that and try to figure out what that is.
Me?
Who it, three of you. Three reds. The three reds.
Well, I just bought a
I
whole
also
bunch
have high
of
religion
stuff.
if these are religion.
I just spent a whole bunch of money on stuff that we personally used to.
Well, it's up to you. You don't. I mean, you don't have to.
Entirely
go.
up to you guys.
Got
You
two.
can use them against mob people.
You guys are the
Yeah.
red sweatshirt gang. I can see that already.
Extra sharp arrows against the mob.
Die, peasants!
If you need money, I have a 800 5 gold.
It isn't a money thing. It's more of a- So do you want to go or do you want to stay?
What we could do is we could hire mercenaries.
What?
10 mercenaries.
We just get an army. We win.
We convert the mob. We have the bard do a diplomacy thing. They're on our side.
So the Druid and the sorcerer are going to go. Are you going to go after the ghouls, or are you coming? Which
So
one
I
do you
don't
do?
do good crafting. Or any crafting.
Why do you craft
I have good craft.
Maybe it helps to identify. Maybe something.
Yeah.
I have a lot
So
of.
from an organization standpoint, I guess let's, as I understand, we got 3 potential groups. So go ahead and set them in the groups as you guys prefer. One group going to Sanctuary, one group investigating the tools, and one group going to the courthouse. If there's anything else anybody wants to do, speak up. We'll make 4th, 5th, 6th group. We can have 10 groups.
Yes, we're good. Let's separate 10 different
Technically,
ways.
you could have 11 because the bird could go somewhere else.
I'm just going to atone. That's all I'm going to do for the next round.
Well, and that's a valid option also. You could go to the church and figure out what you
Me
need
and
to
the
put as
wizard,
punishment.
we
Might have to
we
do
go
that
find the
after
tools.
we
We
do
need
these
you to come
here.
back and get you.
But the beast gets out, and the church is like, so where's the courthouse?
The courthouse
No, just
is
making boots. So,
yeah, just put it on the map. Anywhere.
you
Doesn't matter what.
you,
I'm going to the sanctuary.
The sanctuary.
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 There we go.
You'll fight.
There is a
Are
river
you going to sanctuary?
if you want to swim.
Man.
And there's men to
The
fight.
sanctuary.
Okay.
There you go, that's the winning factor.
Okay. No, I mean a river at town. The sanctuary doesn't have. It's along the river.
We
But
can make a river.
Oh,
okay.
good.
So we got the fighter and the ranger going to the courthouse, and both of you are signed up as official defenders. Okay.
No.
Okay. Well, you're not allowed in the courthouse except as public then. Now you can be outside amongst the mob if that's what you want to do.
They don't know that you're working with us.
Yeah, that'd be something that you could
Well,
call out.
yes, depending on what you want to do. You're not allowed in the courthouse except in the visitors' lobby during court. It's not court time, so you're not allowed in the courthouse.
Or your mom.
You could join the mob and rile them up, or something along those
If you're
lines.
neutral, you might want to have
Can I maybe get
balance.
somewhere high, like not like on top of a house or something,
That-
but somewhere
you-
elevated.
okay.
So like,
If you look at the map,
So maybe we should switch this up, guys, and have somebody
No.
that's allowed.
no, I want like get somewhere high and keep a lookout to make
I am the
see if
sole
there are any
defendant
mob
of the
justices
courthouse.
coming.
okay, so if you look at the map, you guys are right here, right in the center of the map.
Yes.
And if George wants to zoom in a little bit on that central square, the courthouse is the building right here. Okay? You tell me where you want to go.
With main entrance
Right in the front, towards the center of town.
right here.
Okay? Now, there's quite a crowd there in general, but most of the center of the square is dominated by this gigantic pillar of highly flammable wood. And town guards and so forth just sort of keeping an eye on it so nobody they don't like to start lighting it early or anything like that. Takes a little bit of time to put all that stuff together. And then there's a couple of guards that stand in front of the courthouse, keeping the crowd at bay, keeping them 10, 15 feet away from the building. Now, you're signed on as a defender. You are welcome to go into the courthouse. When you report there, the guards eagerly rush you into the building as the crowd, recognizing you, start yelling and jeering and yelling insults at you and so forth.
Wait, is he signed up?
He said
Yes.
he signed up as his fighter.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, good. I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
We didn't want to.
But everybody who is signed up, it's public record. They know you are actively trying to do this against the will of the town, or at least the population. So,
So in other words, I made a lot of enemies.
well, you just have a lot of people that aren't happy with you. Now, you're not allowed in. Where do you want to go? Or do you want to go somewhere else? Like Jason said, maybe you want to mix it up a little bit. If your goal is to defend the beast and being inside or on the courthouse is a concern.
I would think that we would want more than one person.
Well,
Maybe-
their
maybe
plans
swap
on
the
it. They
ranger
were
and the
going to
druid.
spend the whole night out
Right.
searching. It was just going to be for a few hours and then go back.
Maybe switch the
I'm just
druid and
holding the
ranger.
fort down so that it's not completely undefended for a time being.
You want to switch with the ranger and stay and protect the beast?
I have a lot of skills that
Okay.
I need though. I have like society.
The nature skills to talk to people.
I have a +10 in nature and medicine.
So the three of you could three different locations. One has yet. Go to the same.
And I like specifically position my character so he's like guarding the beast's cell.
Well, you can, but that's all the way in the depths. Assuming the mob attacks, and they're not going to have much trouble overpowering the 8 militia guards that guard the courthouse.
Alright, so I want to be in the front with the militia.
They suggest if you want to defend the courthouse, the 2 possible places would either be right in the front door, which is the only entrance into the courthouse, just inside it, or there's an upper balcony over the front door that looks out over the courtyard. Okay, that's where they would suggest you be from a safety standpoint, because they don't want to see you get hurt either. It's not really your job; it's theirs. Not that they want to get beat up or killed. They're just concerned that there needs to be a show of force, or maybe somebody who can talk appropriately and calm the crowd or something like that. If it gets to the point that pitchforks and torches come out, people are going to die, and they want to avoid that.
Alright, so I'll be on like the balcony overlook area of the
Okay.
area.
That's where I would be.
Well, you're not signed up, though, to be able to do that.
Don't worry, my sword's ranged as well, remember? It's a gun sword, it's got a gun barrel.
There's gonna be
You have high diplomacy, right? I would say that was kind of a good point. That you don't necessarily have to shoot them back. I mean, if we can talk them back if necessary.
Well,
So,
and the guards specifically say,
please don't.
yeah.
That'd be a massacre.
Well, you're going to kill people, and it's going to, you can hear the crowd riling themselves up in the distance.
So if you with your diplomacy
kill us?
stay,
A bunch of shootings.
so if you with your diplomacy wanted to stay, so you can keep the crowd calm if necessary on the balcony, you can speak to them if
Scully,
necessary.
give me that toy.
I think that would probably be best. You can keep them from killing the beast before we can try to save them.
Scully's going
Yeah, it's up to you, but then. Well, then
Get right back to him.
you'll switch.
Yes, he's over
the
here
ranger
now
and
again.
the ranger will go the druid, and then because he can't be in, unless you want to. You want to go with the druid, or do you want to stay somewhere in the courtyard to try to protect them?
So we only got
One
one
person.
person.
And the other person's on the outside.
I don't think that's very. If they're worried about, I think more people should probably be staying.
Unless you want me to hold them off on my own.
I don't know. I think you might be helpful because yours are not.
I'm not signed up.
You're allowed to be outside though. Your attacks are also.
You can
not.
absolutely, if you're not officially a defender, you can be out in the crowd, obviously, because it's a public town.
And you can try to calm the crowd
You're
from
also-
the crowd standpoint too.
Sure.
It doesn't mean you have to be like in front of them going, no, don't come in and kill the beast. Be like, well, no, we have to let justice take its course. I mean, that's more of a
If it
crowd
get-
calming type thing if you have diplomacy.
And if it
Punch
gets
the
to a
loud
combat type of thing, your attacks are non-lethal, so you won't.
We come back to the whole courtyard is just unconscious. What happened? I don't know.
Its response is just going to be they tired themselves out from getting so angry.
It's just a big sleep spell. That's one sleep spell.
There you go. Just pass the sleep spell over the crowd. You're good.
They go nap now.
I'm just
I'll
inside
be
for
happy
in
to
case
stay.
things hit the
I mean,
fan.
that's fine. I think the more people inside is probably better because I mean,
Like I said, the druid, the sorcerer will be back. They're going for a few hours to go.
My overall
investigate.
concern
But we've also
is
been warned where we're going.
has
Loaded.
ghouls.
Right.
I have ghoul hide if anybody wants to borrow it. So it makes you
Well,
immune.
that doesn't sound very nice.
Well,
Yeah, I know.
It makes them immune to the paralysis from ghouls if someone wants to
okay.
borrow it.
But if you're an elf, you're
Yeah, it hurts you.
yeah, it hurts.
Do you want to borrow it?
What type of armor is it?
It's a hide.
It's just like a shirt that goes.
If it's hide armor, I guess I can.
No, it's not armor, it's just something you wear over your.
Oh, okay.
Like a
Yeah.
first goal.
Huh?
It gives you like 2
If
extra.
ghouls touch you,
AC.
you're paralyzed.
It's armor. It
and
counts as
how
hide
does that
armor.
work?
Does it?
How does that work?
Oh, okay.
Paralyzation or
Yeah,
the
I
actual
mean-
attack? Paralyzation means you can't do anything.
No, I know, I get that. But like, what, I mean,
Just look it up. real
Fortitude
quick.
Well, you can do mental attacks.
It should fit
Yes,
you.
it's
since
saying,
yeah,
how do
let me
you
just check
avoid
how it
getting
looks on
metal?
that.
Fortitude
Don't-
save or don't get
I'm gonna
it.
make sure if it. I'll
Will
probably
save
take it,
or
but let me see if
fortitude?
it.
Fortitude.
Because I still have my other hide armor.
But it's
Yeah.
fortitude might be
But I
well.
can always
But
give you my
you
breastplate.
make a saving throw
I can't
if you
wear
get
I mean,
touched.
I have
Metal
Oh,
armor.
that's right.
pretty good in that area, so
Okay.
I would imagine you guys would want.
Yeah, someone that coming around.
Well, and keep in mind what they told you is not just ghouls but gas,
Yeah, the gas is the big
which are the advanced ghouls, much more intelligent and higher powered.
Ghouls on steroids.
Still functionally ghouls, but in any touch of them will the mythology is a touch of a ghoul will paralyze you and then they eat you.
You get bull fever when you come back.
Yeah, ghouls and gas in Pathfinder are functionally cannibals that went overboard, and they became undead, eating the bodies of their fellows. So they literally paralyze you, and then while you're paralyzed, they eat you.
So
They're undead cannibals. Yes,
Aren't
not the
shambling
slow zombies. They're the fast zombies.
They're World War Z.
So
Yeah, I'll probably take it. Makes you immune to paralysis.
that's the reputation that in the swamps around the sanctuary there were known to be gas. Now, whether or not they've moved into the ruins or not, nobody knows.
Yeah, I'll take the ghoul hide
Alright, I gave my ghoul hide to.
because I am drain 4 or
Yeah.
drain 3, so
And you don't need to be paralyzed.
yeah.
Is
Drain goes back one per day.
one per day restoration. Restoration wand doesn't take care of that?
Yes, it does.
It
Oh,
does,
gets
but we
rid
use
of-
it. We got rid of fatigue
I don't
earlier.
think restoration.
It
at
gets
this
rid
line-
of. It gets rid of
So,
both, I
Jason,
think.
are you
At
just
fourth,
going
at
as
fourth
a
level, fourth level
sanctuary or
restoration
reward?
would work.
I would think I'm a fighter, so I should probably go with the
At this
druid.
level, it only does like
I
clumsy
mean-
and fatigue.
That's fine. And
Go
like
with
I,
us?
Yeah,
like I
I would
said,
imagine.
I think-
mean,
I think they'll be okay because they're gonna come back.
And there'll still be 4 of us.
You'll be fine. Just need the wishing to make a wall.
Wall of
Just a
flesh.
wall of
A
stone.
wall of flesh.
Yeah.
Just stand there and make
Don't
friends
have
with
that.
them. Everybody thinks you. Then it can kill everybody.
Yeah.
I can't turn into a tree.
What? I am a tree. I will defend the
Door
court.
can't open if there's a tree.
It's a
in
legitimate
front of the
spell.
door.
It's called guys. There's a tree in front of the
It's
courthouse.
probably
can't go
very,
in here.
very
It's called-
popular at the elemental
It's
school
called tree
place.
shape. I get to turn into a tree.
Why is there a tree here?
That's right.
Okay.
Guys, we should go.
So I understand Arathath is staying at the courthouse. Are you staying at the courthouse or are you going somewhere else?
Okay, I'll just stay a ways away from the actual crowd.
There is nowhere to stay away from the crowd. The crowd is everywhere. Quite a bit in the courtyard outside of the courthouse. So you can be in the crowd. You can try to get on somebody's roof, but they'd probably not like that.
Thing is, if you're-
Or you can do something else.
Your range, your arrows are gonna kill.
And the trick is, we started at 8. We've burned about 30 minutes with you guys discussing plans. So
We're on our horses.
we're at 8:30 at this point. Your time is going. Where do you wish to go? I hear one large group is leaving.
Do that.
Okay, so they're heading on their horses. That leaves 4 of you in town to distribute amongst how you wish. Okay, so go ahead and put Arathath on the courthouse, and Ben, put yourself somewhere on the map representing where you're at. You said you wanted to be on the balcony overlooking the courtyard. Okay, that's fine. And you're just going to be like right in front of it, the front line of the crowd?
Is the balcony only big enough to hold one?
No, it's fairly
So
sizable.
Ben is arranged.
He's not allowed.
He can't go in the court.
Yeah, he's not officially a defender.
Sorry,
He's just the
I missed
public.
I-
Otherwise,
can I
yeah,
go
that'd be a
into
great
the
position
visitor
for
I
him.
know, for both of
Can I
them.
go into the visitor center?
No, it's closed until court opens tomorrow at 10. No visitors are allowed inside the courthouse. Okay. Meanwhile, we have 2 other people that we're going to go investigate and search. Carter and Keith. Okay. So while you guys are traveling to the sanctuary to the north, Carter and Keith, what are you looking for to start with? Or what investigation are you trying to do? My understanding is you guys had some fancy surgical tools with a bird symbol on it.
I guess go to pawn dealers and stuff like that and see if anybody are, see what I know what symbols are.
Okay.
Best I can do is
Go to Chum Lee.
The best I can do is
$10.
Chum, level 20 wizard.
Okay, both of you give me a diplomacy check. Okay. You ask around for the first 30 minutes. You don't find anybody who's able to identify the markings or anything like that. You can, as far as who made them or who might have sold them, you haven't exhausted your options in town. I would say basically the investigation line is going to be multiple checks. You can try each particular check up to 3 times before you've used up your options. Okay. At that point, you got to try something completely different. Otherwise, you can continue asking around and take more time to investigate.
Try it again.
Okay. Only time.
20. 14.
20. Okay. So after about an hour, you find a shopkeeper who identifies the mark on the tools as that a maker's mark used by the Broslov Hora and Sons workshop, a small workshop in the Anatomist Alley, where they make tools and so forth. That is approximately here on the map.
Right.
It doesn't show up because the map is.
You told me to zoom it in.
I know. Approximately here.
There. Over there.
Okay.
I'm gonna go there next.
That's that. You find a shopkeeper who recognizes the raven symbol. He says that, and with some information, you're able to. He tells you that that's the shopkeeper where it is. Now, if it becomes relevant, keep in mind all you're doing is walking in and asking the shopkeeper nicely. Be creative as far as what your tactics are. You may get pluses or minuses. Okay.
You have any other information on these?
No, he has no other information. But I'm saying as we get to the next test, if your answer is, I walk into the Kmart and say, "Where's the hunting gear?" They may or may not point you to the hunting gear. If you walk into the bar and say, "I'm the police. I'm defending the beast." What do you know?
Can I buy a bouquet of flowers?
They might tell you plus or minus. You might get pluses and minuses. Be creative as far as how you're interacting. Unless all you want to do is walk in and say and ask nicely, give me some information.
Can I get some nice clothes and a bouquet of flowers?
At the anatomy shop?
Well,
Oh, I meant like to make myself presentable.
oh, okay. So you want to get cleaned up and get some better clothes?
Yeah.
Sure.
And then like a bouquet of flowers.
What's the flowers for?
They smell nice.
So you're walking around with a bunch of roses everywhere?
Well, he is a druid, so it's
Can't you
like.
just make flowers? That's what your miniature says.
I don't have a problem if you want to get cleaned up and
I meant
dress
like
nice.
so like I can give them flowers so they feel nice.
Hey, you did say to get
So
creative.
they're more
I feel like they're gonna be more
careful
they're
what
more
you ask
honest
for.
to give us more
I'm looking for
valuable
some information.
I think they're
I
gonna
have
be more
this nice
freaked out.
That's fine. That's fine. So
Try alcohol.
Oh, and a bottle of wine. There we go.
Find clothes.
Can I have some
online.
information? I'm a
spend
Are you sure you're not a bard?
you spend 30 minutes and 2 gold to get cleaned up, get presentable, and get a bouquet of giftable flowers and some cheap wine
Okay.
to use as you desire. Okay.
We got this.
Next thing you know, he walks into the place drunk.
This is gonna be
Okay. Give me just a second. Meanwhile, we go over to the group that is out in the middle of nowhere.
And we should have brought some wine for the
Okay,
ghouls.
so
We're gonna die now.
I'll read off the names. Tell me if those people are there with you. Arias,
Yes, yes.
Thorin, Benedict,
what?
No.
no. Doge, Belbid, Ack, no. Dahlia, Vespa, Asnak is not. So we have 6 people there?
Yes.
Okay.
And a bird.
And a bird. Yeah, I'm not worried about the bird. Okay.
I would have light.
Okay. It is dark because it is about 8:30 by the time you guys get there. Sorry, about 9 o'clock by the time you guys get there.
Oh, that's what that perfect scenario.
You have light going. Okay. You guys arrive. The place is a large stone foundation. Yeah. See where it is. There's a large stone foundation for the place. It is obviously a ruin. It's heavily charred and burnt and damaged. The moon is out, partly cloudy. The moonlight comes and goes in the area. There's a strong stench from the swamp nearby that surrounds the area. Just the natural swamp gases and smells and everything. Nothing unusual. The building is burnt down to the first level. The walls are still mostly intact, being stone, but here and there it looks like the fire burnt intensely enough to break the mortar and even damage the stone somewhat. No sign of anything living or otherwise here when you guys approach. Valbed casts a light spell, getting a bright light around you guys. What would you care to do?
Stealthy?
He said no need to be stealthy.
Oh, good.
Loudly to everybody.
Well, it's like I have a light spell on.
I do have low light vision, but I don't have dark vision.
Okay, so you're gonna cast light on him? Okay. Okay.
Warhammer. And cautiously move up towards the.
You have a quick flash of impending doom.
Yes. And it's like, I feel like I'm not ready. Like I might not have.
Yes.
But yeah, I'll start moving cautiously into the first room there. Is there a side entrance?
There was an old door that's burnt down. There's an opening on the right. There's another one off to the left as well. You can see beyond the rock.
Are we going cautiously in, or are we just going in?
I'm in the lead, but I mean, if you guys want to run past me, feel free. But I'm gonna walk in. I'm not gonna run in.
He sounds like he's going cautiously.
Keeping an eye out. But
Yeah, I'll go
The
with
bard's ready to charge.
Bardic charm.
hard.
Well, I have spells that have durations, so I kind of want to know whether or not we're going cautiously in or not.
Every spell has a
Oh,
duration.
you did.
Oh, yes, but not
Short
a,
duration.
not a scale.
You have 1 minute spell.
But 10 minutes, but
That's quite a while.
yes. But if we spend 5 minutes getting up to the actual place, it's
Hold on. You guys have approached the ruin, and the priest and champion are now debating what spells they should use.
We're gonna put disruptive.
How long does that last?
2 seconds.
Oh, that's bad. Well, I would wait. Until
You might want to wait on that one.
but use the detect on dead. That does a minute.
Okay.
And what does that do? That just like
You get a radar blip that there's undead out there.
is or shows us where they.
It shows a general location. As you detect it. If they don't have line of sight, then you can't see them. But if they're outside of your vision, then it will highlight them and let you know that whatever we're looking at is undead. And so it doesn't prevent them from like hiding behind a wall or something like that. But if they're outside of your light radius, you absolutely would see them.
We're being stealthy.
Cautious. My armor's not stealthy, man. Sorry.
Okay.
I'm a clank and tank.
Okay. Everybody that's there, give me a perception check.
25.
Not being very perceptive.
Okay.
Nice solid 10.
So, in the distance, you hear creatures out in the swamp, so forth, making some noises. Just natural sound type stuff. Nothing particularly unusual. For all intents and purposes, the place is completely silent.
Be clear, barbarians, I'd say.
Yep. Good.
I'm a tasty piece of meat.
So I guess I will cast my spell, assuming that we're going to move forward.
Yep.
I don't know. What's your spell?
Spirit sense.
I cast counter spell.
What?
Spirit. He said he casts counter spell.
Oh, okay.
Barbarian counterspell.
Okay. Spirit sense.
You open your mind to the metaphysical, enabling you to sense nearby spirits, even if you aren't searching.
Okay.
You get a check to find haunts and spirits in the area. You get a +1 status bonus to the following checks regarding haunts or spirits: perception checks to seek, attempts to recall knowledge, skill checks to determine the reasoning of their existence, skill checks to disable the haunt. You also gain a +1 status bonus to AC and saving throws against haunts and spirits.
Okay.
Duration lasts for 10 minutes. And it's
Okay.
30-foot emanation.
Okay. Sounds good. You do that. You do not get the sense of any spirits currently around you.
Okay.
And that lasts 10 minutes, you said?
Yes.
Okay. And then,
I move forward.
He tells us that, and we'll go ahead and now less cautiously, but with my shield still up.
I'm going to assume you guys are going to maintain a rough, close orientation to each other,
Yeah.
just from an ease of movement. You heading into the main entrance?
Yes, the main entrance.
You move in. Inside the central area is a large open foyer type place. There is a pattern in the tile on the ground, all fairly damaged, again from the wood. Old burnt pieces of timber and so forth scattered around the place. Some of the columns have collapsed under the weight of the damage. Most of the wood is charred, and the whole place is just covered with ash and debris along those lines. Otherwise, everything still seems quiet.
Because when we be a little noisier as I walk through, I am a clanking tank.
Yeah,
Lots of noise.
I mean, you're moving slowly, but not quietly
Yeah.
as such.
It's full plate. There's not.
Okay.
Okay.
You continue into the place. Give me some perception checks again.
Maybe we should just send him out
Do I get-
ahead of us so that.
Or you apply my bonus if it
I will if it matters.
Okay.
Oh my
27.
gosh.
21.
21, 27, 28,
22.
22. Okay.
11.
Other than Doge, everybody is on high alert. Doge is distracted, has a flea behind his ear or something. You guys start to move into the central courtyard. Based on the testimony that you got from the guy, this looks like exactly what he described. The place collapsed under the fire. There was lots of damage and so forth. As you do so, you hear some scrambling or some rock falls or whatever coming from over in this direction. Matt,
Do I sense any spirit?
you do not sense any spirits currently. And then you see what looks like a dark shadow move in the gloom, at least for those of you who can see that far. I believe Thorin has dark sight.
I have low. I have dark.
I have dark sight, but I'm not perceptive, so.
Right, you didn't see anything, but Thorin, you spot something moving in the shadows beyond the edge of the lake.
I'll let the group know.
Okay.
And we hear. I mean, the rest of us hear it though. And that-
Most of you heard noises. You're aware something seems to be over there.
You want to detect their undead?
That was a scroll.
Oh, it's a scroll?
Yeah. It
Yeah,
lasts
but
a
it-
minute though.
Yeah, it lasts a minute. Yeah, you get the sense of several undead things over in that direction. Seem to be observing you at this point.
When he come out and declare yourselves.
Get my sword out.
Okay. You draw your sword. The champion says, "Come declare yourself." A moment later,
I am Bob.
They have a declaration of war. If you scroll.
Hello, this is Microsoft Tech Support.
okay.
Asper such years.
You see several creatures crawl over the wall and climb into the room. Over here.
Is there any movement in the other corner?
Not that you can tell.
Speaking.
They climb out, look at you. A long greenish tongue sort of rolls out of their mouth. Their bloody fangs and so forth. They look at you. They're not speaking as such, but they don't seem to be really trying to speak either. They look more hungry and eager. No.
Just
You just start speaking to them.
They start moving around the room a little bit. Slowly moving their way around the room.
that first one to the left is now within my vision, right?
For you specifically, they're all within your vision.
Okay, so the one to the left, I'm going to come to your death
Attack them?
and intimidate.
Oh, just try to intimidate him? Okay, go ahead.
And I'm going to use assurance.
Okay.
And that's I took that.
Okay.
So 21.
21. Okay.
And
This
Critical failure.
Will.
yeah,
Okay, and that makes him what? Frightened?
frightened. Did he just fail?
Yeah.
Frightened too.
Frightened 2. Okay.
Must
So-
be death, now
If it's critical failure, they flee.
Correct. 3 frightened 3, and now I also have
Not to your death.
Yeah.
dread armor I told you about. So
Okay.
if the creature's frightened and within 30 feet of me, don't lower. They're frightened one each round. They stay in the same zone.
Okay. That's fine.
And
So
they
you
don't
intimidate
know
him. He startles a little bit. It does get all of their attention, and they surge forward to attack. Let's see. Thorin.
Shield and take cover.
Well, unfortunately, you seem slow on the reaction.
Oh.
So, Thorin, you're first.
Which one did he intimidate?
The one over here.
How far away?
From you, 35 feet, it looks like.
I'll sudden charge it.
How many put figures down?
Yeah.
Or actually, I'll rage and then sudden charge.
Okay.
And then
That's a 21.
A 21.
I would say we're being quite
That is a
good
hit.
at fighting the helpless gas, but we have a champion against undead. It's like, can't.
You can negotiate.
This has
And I did get striking.
Okay.
Did you maybe figure out which one's
That's 27 points.
27 points.
Just paralyze the champion and then we can
10
talk.
Wow. Okay. You take a big chunk out of the cannibal.
Hi, Annabelle.
Anything else?
That's 3.
Okay.
That's it.
So, Jenny.
just gonna do
Yeah. Good, Jenny. Okay. That hits.
I'm here to help. Every combat.
That one right there? Okay.
$19.
19 is
Spot is right.
or there. That is a hit.
Oh, you're gonna get rid of all the
My last 10 rolls have been.
Maybe we just need to. The thing is, you have to purchase a set of dice every month, so you can keep a lot.
1 month warranty.
You guys
good luck.
gotta take your dice and put them in the window so they charge up with the sunlight.
It worked. 15, and then it says 24. Well, it's not this one.
If you say charge them up,
There's like
you
a
inject them
persistent
with
fire
lead.
damage.
If it's critical or just all automatic.
I think it's only critical.
Look at your owl.
Fire rate does more for.
That's searing light.
Yeah, Tyrion.
Fire ray is just the last heat.
Yeah,
So
it's just
15
fire.
points, you said? Okay.
Ah! Don't you eat that dice?
Okay. Ben is not here. There you go. That one against Thorin goes ahead and attacks. I'm going to.
He's frightened too.
Yes, he's
You know
going
what? I
to.
need to add 2 more D6. There's like 4 D6, 6 fire, and then the next fight.
That's a 6d6.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So he bites at Thorin, hitting a 18. Okay. Then he claws at you,
The height on
hitting a 7.
That's a critical miss.
Okay.
I know. I just didn't know.
He
whether or
fumbles
not
his
he-
claw.
Yeah, specific.
Confusing him.
Okay.
He says, "What? I can't hit you." Takes a 5-foot step back here.
But he's confused.
Yes.
So would he then just have to make another attack against me? Confused.
That was more like a 5-foot step
It was a 5-foot step.
side.
Maybe he just stumbled.
And
He
that's
had a wall
possible
right
too.
behind him.
He does triple damage against himself.
Not trying to complicate. If you
You
want,
are
to
trying to complicate.
If he wants to move
you.
up, he can.
Yeah, he's not
but
trying
it's
to move
like-
up. He was trying to move away.
Well, yeah, move away. But yes, but
I know you can't determine friends from foe.
yeah.
Vision, fusion, fuse. Okay. Don't have your wits. You're flat-footed. Nobody's your ally. You can't delay, ready, or use reactions. That's it.
Okay.
It doesn't. It does. The name obviously implies you are completely confused, but it specifically limits what you do.
You're only half
Okay.
confused.
Sorry. Use all your attacks to strike or cast offensive cantrips. So he is going to sit there and attack.
Aha.
Huzzah.
I'm never gonna.
Always important to read the second sentence. Okay. So he claws at you with his second strike.
Third strike.
Third strike hitting a 12.
That's just.
Okay.
Tried to get a critical.
He tried to get you. Okay. Then the other ones, let's see. This one races across, lunging at you, RAS. It tries to bite you, hitting a 27. He does 7 points of damage, and I need a saving throw.
Would he get a +1 if their spirits with it?
A 42.
I'm 18.
Okay.
I don't have a reaction.
You don't have a reaction yet. You haven't acted yet.
Action, yeah.
You always have a reaction.
Oh. I thought when you're flat-footed for a combat, you don't. You're not flat. You're always flat-footed at the start of combat until you get your action.
I bet I'm not sure in that case. I don't know.
Pretty certain
That's
you
all right.
don't.
Okay, that's fine.
I grant in the scenario that you were sort of engaged and intimidating, but you also weren't from the character perspective, you weren't necessarily expecting him to immediately attack.
Right.
Although
Jump the whole building. out.
right. Okay.
I think the flat foot until you act. I think that's more of like a ambush sneak attack thing. Like they have a special ability where if you haven't acted yet, you're fine.
I don't know. It's also your interpretation.
Yeah, it's up
also.
to you.
I'm going by first edition, where if you haven't acted in the turn, then you are flat-footed.
Okay.
But look it up as far as other abilities if there's any other effects for it. Okay. I guess I need to figure out where their DC is. That's useful. Okay, you said you got what?
18.
18. You are paralyzed.
Can I drop my weapons, or I just don't?
You cannot move.
Right, they
You
can
can
move my
think.
arms,
You can think, and you can breathe. That's it.
Use mental effects.
No. Cannot talk.
But I can glare.
No, because you can't change your facial expression.
Well, you were intimidating earlier.
You can
So-
think, specifically, you can think and you can breathe. So if you have something that's purely mental, absolutely you can do that. Okay.
Well, you were
At the-
intimidating your creature
At
earlier.
the
so you
end
still have
of
to
each of
face
your
it.
turns, you get a new DC. The DC decreases by 1 for each of the saves. Okay. So it moved and bit you. And with its movement, okay, so that one's done. This one moves here, goes for Doge.
Then move feet.
Oh, sorry.
Getting a 16.
Yes.
Okay. And then this one, gonna go down here, going for Tespa. Fighting a 30.
No, I want to get the little. I want to get the little claw.
Critical? Okay. Lunges across the room and bites you hard. It pulls away from you, leaving you sickened 3. And does 7 points of damage, and then I need a fortitude save. $22? Okay, you are not affected currently. Okay. Now, keep track of how many times you get hit or bit. Okay, there's other effects long term.
They're separate from each other.
Separate,
How many
yeah.
times they get hit and bit? Are two
Yeah,
different.
yeah.
Just touched.
And touched by the ghoul. Sorry, it is. How many times specifically you are bit? There's other effects from them because you know they carry disease.
So I was only hit.
You were
Oh, first attack.
you were
was
bit.
bite, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
first attack's a bite.
Okay.
Yeah, they carry disease in their bite. You know that from the what the bard shared with you. The more they bite you, the more infected you get, the more likely it is you contract ghoul fever. Okay. You were bit. First attack is always a bite.
That's actually a thing.
Inoculation.
I think it is a disease technically. Yeah.
No, inoculation.
Jen. I'm sorry, I skipped over people. Rewind slightly. George, you get to go first.
Okay, I shall fire defensive. Have that spell now.
Okay.
So +1 AC, +1 damage reduction, and +1 to all saving throws.
We're even paralyzed.
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
You can still do it.
so +1 to.
AC, saving throws, and 1 damage reduction.
Okay.
And I will try to inspire it.
It's
Not linger it, I mean.
linger. Okay,
Yeah.
roll your linger.
That is a 20.
Okay. Give me a perception check.
That would be a 21.
And
I didn't move anywhere yet. I'm still on my first action.
and you are successfully able to inspire it.
Okay.
And then give me another. What are you gonna do?
Like how far was whatever?
or do I
Oh,
just
you can move the board.
Okay. Do I know with my previous knowledge if they have such reflexes to attack of opportunity, or would I not know that?
You wouldn't know that. That's a training thing.
Oh.
Yeah, no.
Let me move them
I'm
back.
going to take 2 5
Okay. You don't have to. Yeah, you do because that's a lingering thing. Okay. No problem. Yay, Ben. You're not here. Never mind. You don't get to go. Now, Jen.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry.
Yep.
I have a potion of remove paralysis.
Okay. Is that in your bandolier?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm gonna give that to Jen.
Okay. You hand off a potion to Jenny. Easy. Or you're going to pour it on her.
I'm gonna pour it,
Okay.
or in her mouth.
Okay. You're now wet.
In her mouth.
That's fine. Either way, you apply a potion on her.
Waterboarding.
Okay. Now, I'm curious about that because she's not paralyzed.
I thought she was.
No,
Yeah.
it was,
Oh.
Combat confusion.
Second three.
Yeah, she's sickened. She resisted the paralysis.
Okay.
The champion's paralyzed.
Yeah.
Throw up on the ghoul.
It might be easier with a potion of paralysis in you.
I tried that. I just like it to get like a +10.
So can I give it to the champion instead?
If you can get to him, sure. You have to be adjacent to him.
Can I have-
You can give it to the bird and command your bird, yes. Then you have one action left. Give me a fortitude save or a perception check. 17. Okay. What else would you like to do on your last action? You are not aware of the ones behind you. Exactly.
He's got caught off guard.
Hey. Plan was to move. Is there a wall or anything around me?
No.
No, behind you's an open door.
Yep.
That's where we came in.
I am going to activate
No.
the corpse
I am
ward
prepared. Corpse pendant?
corpse ward pendant.
I don't know what that is, but sure.
It got 3 uses per day. Its duration is 10 minutes. Uses of be here or smoke.
Okay. Is it a single action interact or a 2 action?
Action.
Okay. And it makes them so they can't see you?
See, smell, or hear me.
And as long as she doesn't give any damage to
Them?
any of them, any undead weapon.
Right. Okay, so it's like invisibility undead.
Right.
Okay.
From undead.
Yeah.
But I think I can still.
Yes. Yeah.
Then there is a DC save for that if you think that the creatures would actively want to perceive her. Does that make sense? If they're intelligent enough to.
They are intelligent. They are aware that she's there, and now they've disappeared. So they would try to perceive her. The having the bird deliver things, not a problem. If the bird is delivering something that does damage to undead, that counts as your attack. The bird is an extension of you.
So it can't do sounds of
Without counteracting the undead thing.
Unless it's a spell like help us.
Yes, if it's a healing spell or a buff spell or something, no problem. You can do those as much as you want. If you have the bird deliver a bomb that blows up, it's an extension of you. You're visible. Okay. Okay, so you go hopefully invisible to undead. Jason.
Did my linger go off?
Yes, it did.
uh, go into.
So I can keep track.
You're gonna go what?
I'm gonna go into wolf stance.
Okay.
And then bird.
Okay.
There's no pluses.
1. Oh no, that's defensive. No, no pluses. 16 is a miss.
Natural one.
You used up all your 20s earlier.
I said you used them all up.
Okay. You don't have any weapons in your hand, so you can't fling it across the room. So it doesn't do anything.
That was the one I was supposed to get.
Yeah, that's Craig's card. You weren't supposed to get that one.
We're allowed 3 actions.
Correct. You just used 1.
Wolf stance.
2 for that. 1 action left.
You claimed I didn't know what was.
Give me a perception check.
24.
Okay, your monk senses finally kick in, and yes, you are aware of the duel coming up behind you.
Okay. So, that being said, like to 5-step drop.
Technically.
But I do realize there's one behind.
Correct.
It's just this one.
Yeah.
That you see?
So,
Okay. Go to there.
No.
Okay. Keith, not here. You don't get any action.
so with that being said, obviously he didn't have the opportunity since I took away.
Correct. He did not use his attack opportunity against you.
Could be saving.
Thorin.
So with confusion, they can only use actions to make attack.
Correct.
Okay.
And if they take damage, they get another saving throw to eliminate it.
To eliminate.
So, yeah, it's 11 or better flat check to get rid of the confusion.
My skip
So he can't
then?
move.
You
I-
were skipped.
I was
Yes, let me go back to you. Okay, Arius.
Did I
Your action ends. Give your save throw.
Well,
Did the
or he
bird-
can do something.
deliver it
Oh,
the potion?
it did. Bird flies over on its action right at the end of your action. It delivers the potion, and that is a cure remove paralysis.
Level 3.
Okay, so your paralysis is gone.
Outstanding.
I think. I assume it's an automatic one, but maybe it's a
yeah,
saving
it's an
throw.
automatic.
Okay, so you are free.
Sweet. So I'm going to raise my shield,
Okay.
take cover, and then intimidate the one. Yeah, I don't know.
Now, if you intimidate another one, does that negate the prior intimidation?
No.
Okay.
Nope. But if I critically fail, then they're
Then
immune
nobody's
to it
intimidated.
for like 10 minutes. That one's immune for the rest of the day or something. With my assurance of it. But could. The one by Tespa is going to 21.
You rolled a 20.
Yeah, sure.
That is a success. So he's frightened too?
Your whole turn is just staring at each
Okay.
But I make sure my face stays in a scary, because I'm wearing a demon mask.
That's what
Have
you
that
need.
guy
I
stitch
know.
you up one.
That's why Phrasma doesn't like you, because you're just switching deities now.
No, it's not a deity. It's just
Yeah.
it's a scary. The description is a scary mask that's it gives a +1 to intimidation.
Okay.
So I have that.
Well, for your character, I would define that as you have a scary
Clear mask.
mask of Pharasma.
Yes. Right.
Like a picture, like a I don't know, like one of those white masks from China, but of Pharasma.
Is it Rosha?
Something like that.
Watchman? Yeah. No, Rosha one is around. That's what it is.
Okay.
Doctor.
But
So is that your action then?
yep.
Okay. So now we go back around to Craig.
This guy's confused. I'm going to fight the one next to
Okay. So move over there.
I'm gonna try
You can't. There's a wall there.
Oh, there's a wall.
Yeah.
And he has -2 because of the fear.
He doesn't change his armor class.
And would I be, have you gone invisible yet? Okay.
You
So would I
still-
get
She's invisible to undead. It just makes.
Doesn't
it's
make
just
her
a-
invisible. It's just to undead.
Oh, okay. Okay. So I get the +2.
It's impossible.
That's a natural one.
Natural one.
Yep.
You run up and realize you are using the wrong end of your weapon.
I got myself.
Is this a slashing weapon?
Yep.
Okay, you take D6 slashing damage and 1 persistent bleed.
Yeah. You want me to roll it? Or
Sure.
So if it was a
And you said my
weapon,
pool
does
was
that mean that it would do
2
nothing?
2
because
points.
you'd be holding it the wrong way.
Yeah.
Okay. We've got 1 action left, I believe.
do it out.
I'll do another attack.
Okay.
So wait, if it says your weapon breaks in half, if that's your hand, does that mean compound fracture?
If only there was a pool
That's a
of water.
22.
Yeah,
Then it would be
minus
just
5
an
for second attack.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, that's a hit.
Maybe Dad could like fix all the maps so it's like the center of the map is a big body of
20
water.
points.
20 points.
Game.
Now,
Yeah.
was this one already attacked?
Yeah,
Um,
sounds
Got shot by
Fire ray. Okay, and you did how much?
20 points.
20 points. Okay, that knocks it to the ground. It is gone. After cutting yourself with your axe, you then realize the proper end to swing at and knock it out. Okay,
Still using
Jenny. Okay, that's fortitude save. What'd you get? You rolled a 1? Okay, so you're now sick in 4. That's 1 action. You can keep trying if you wish. Each time is a DC 15. He is. Okay.
Why don't you just try to get yourself unsick and not
5 feet away from you. So what would you like to do? Without the barbarian's assistance.
Yeah.
You want to throw a blood block on him? Okay, so you take an action to move up to him. Is it blood block on your bandolier? Okay. So, and then you put it on him, and that, what, stops all persistent bleeding? Okay. Okay, so, you stop bleeding?
Thank you.
Done. Okay, so we go to the creatures.
Me with miscap.
One of them over here moves to here and attacks Doge. It's an 18,
It's a miss.
and then claws hitting a 14.
14's a miss, yeah.
Another one comes out of the shadows, bites at 27.
I think
That's
you
a hit.
hit the wrong person.
Yeah. That's the way. That's supposed to be.
Yeah.
Oh, you're right. They are. Okay. Does a 27 hit you?
Yes, sir.
Is it
Even
critical?
with the +1?
No, it's
So it hits you for 8 points of damage.
7
and-
points.
well, that's not considered like an attack of opportunity.
No, this is just a straight attack. So 7 points because of the bard defense, and then a fortitude save.
That's also +1.
Don't underestimate +1s.
Fortitude is 22.
Even with the
22,
+1?
okay?
23 with plus 3.
So that is its bite, and then it claws at you, hitting a 22.
Is Yes.
So sorry.
You have 23 armor class? Nice.
24 now.
Well then. Okay. On the other side,
That's why I thought it was probably gonna come.
that one steps over to Valbid and bites at him.
Just all of a sudden.
How many
Just all of
points
a
did you say
sudden.
were taken off of me?
7. A 20.
That's a miss.
Okay. And a 8.
Ah, that's a fumble.
Good. He is sickened too as he goes spinning.
And for everyone's second in this fight.
First, what happens when you fight cannibals?
It's just a big comic fest.
The other one strikes at Arias, hitting a 12 with a critical, with a fumble.
Not close to my 28.
Not close? Okay. He is slowed due to decision paralysis. He sees you break free instantly from his paralysis.
And he gets
He like bites at you and realizes, wait a minute, you're moving. Sits there and ponders it for his second action, and then claws at you, trying to hit you. Hits an 18.
It is also a critical fumble.
Okay.
Thanks for the song, my friend.
Okay. Mali, you knock his arm, and he slashes himself.
paralyzes himself.
Slowly paralysis.
He is not paralyzed, but he is bleeding now.
Yeah.
Okay. So that hasn't gone very well for them. This one moves up to attack the nearest foe and strikes at Thorin, hitting a 20.
20. I'm going to +1 AC. +1 AC. That would be a hit, but I'm going to do a reaction to do a flip.
I told you, do a flip.
I'm going to do a flip.
A reaction to do a flip.
It's kind of like nimble dodge for rogues, but you can spend a reaction to get a +2 AC against a melee attack.
I play my gnome barbarian.
It does a backflip.
Okay.
And don't you get
Okay. That new ability you got with level 4?
and
Okay.
you get to take a 5-foot step if you want.
That's if the attack hits.
Okay. Then he claws
That's a
at
flop.
you, hitting an 11.
That's a. Well, would the +2 be until end of turn, or
No,
against that?
just for that attack.
So you had the +1 for his song.
Yes.
Okay. And I believe that's all the guys I currently have active. So, Virgil.
Me. I am going to. Would be a 22.
That's it.
So 13 points of bludgeoning.
Okay. Done?
Yep.
Jen.
I think I'm gonna. That. And
How much do? You closest to Arias? Okay. Fortitude saves, I'm assuming, for him? Fortitude or reflex save? Reflex. Okay, so the one to the north of Arias gets a 13. The one to the right of Arias gets an 18.
Oh, it's a 20.
Okay, so they both fail.
So there's
13.
13 points. Okay, the one next to you, George, crackles with electricity. That does make you visible now to the undead. What would you like to do for your third action?
Um,
Not much to figure out. We're probably in the safest spot.
right, I think I'll stay put.
You want to retreat to face one of them, or
No.
Okay, you could. Jason.
Do I have to use? Not exactly sure. I was in wolf stance over there. Still in wolf
Yes,
stance
yeah.
over
As long as the battle continues to stay in wolf stance, it generally it's like consider like barbarian rage.
Okay.
You have to activate it at the start of most combats. It continues for till the end of the combat, until there's no foes.
So this guy that's directly in front.
Essentially rages.
I'm going
Right. Rage specifically ends after a minute. Yours can go for an hour if the fight lasts that long.
These can be 2 minutes.
That's not doing for
Okay, go for it. Is it miss? 15's also a miss.
And I'm going to, well, same guy.
You want a different. You can use Carter's dice.
He used up all the luck.
You want to use the manly luck dice?
You ready?
It might be
Okay.
Good
slap.
luck.
I don't think it's good luck. That's the second 7 you rolled.
A total of a 12, that counts to your third of stack penalty? Okay. So your third action?
Second.
Fury counts as 2 attacks.
Yeah, it would be minus.
You have no penalty on your flurry, so it's -8 on your second action, on your next attack.
Yeah, that's
9. Okay, so that is a miss. Third action.
got a cookie this.
My third action, I'm just gonna put.
Stand there. Okay. So we go to Andy. Didn't forget you this time.
I lost my 20-sided dice. I'm just like, go. Okay.
You
So
don't need it, just you have assurance. No need for dice.
I'm actually not going to intimidate anyone this round. I'm just going to raise my shield, take cover, and I'm going to bring my warhammer down on that guy as hard as I most desperately can to crush his skull. Try out my new.
Okay.
Is 26.
That's a hit.
Nice.
Why 3 dice?
Because I have the undead bane that you okayed,
Okay.
which gives me a d6,
Okay.
and then I have striking, so 2d8.
Okay.
So that's 18 points of damage.
10 points of damage to.
Someone took your job.
to that one.
It's
Okay.
only the undead dice.
That one. Nope. That's that one. 18 points, you said?
18 points.
Okay, that takes it out.
Andy came prepared
Yes.
this time.
Okay. Meanwhile, back in town. The mage and druid were investigating. You've gotten a lead that takes you to the anatomist alley. You find some more shops there. They look like they make tools and equipment. You find the shop specifically where this guy that's labeled Broslov and Sons. It looks like a detailed craftsman of fine tools and so forth. Places where you would get things like lockpicks and surgical tools and other very precise material. On the door is a large symbol of a raven that matches that on the surgical tools. Inside, there's a guy sitting behind a desk, books and jars and various other decorations in the room. Fairly dusty. A couple of candles burning. He's sitting behind the desk with a pair of thick spectacles, staring down at whatever contraption it is he's currently working on. You open the door with a ring on it, and he looks up, says, "Yes."
They come with gifts.
The flowers?
And wine. They make for a good time.
Okay.
You're talking to a man, right?
It's rather late, youngin. What can I do for you?
I'm interested in.
He doesn't seem to have any interest in the flowers or the wine.
It's really good wine. But anyways, I have come here.
It's not that good. You
to
only paid gold.
ask you some questions about some fine medical tools you have recently made, and I set them on the table.
Okay.
Do you have any idea who could have bought these? These seem very high quality, and what they're for.
These? Could you give me a diplomacy check? You get a +1 for your nice clothing. He said he doesn't care about the wine and everything, but he puts it behind the counter.
28.
28? 30. Okay. He tells you that the tools are specifically surgical tools. They're used for high-end surgery, medical work, things like that. They're the sort of things a well-off surgeon would typically use for either medical use or anything along those lines. After talking with him for a bit, he agrees to tell you, or he tells you that he keeps a ledger of all of his sales. He remembers crafting these. He noted, according to his log, the purchaser was a person by the name of Vladka Kostel, a red-haired Varisian woman, who he remembered had a green silk scarf that he noted that had a swan on it. Okay. He knows that she works for an auction house. Don't remember which one. But she bought it a couple months ago, longer maybe.
Thank you. That is exactly what we came in here for.
Okay.
And for your efforts, I will buy a lock. How much for the highest quality lock?
3,000 gold.
Okay.
Will that cover?
I
think there's a greater superior lock type.
Maybe platinum.
Greater superior.
You better not get a better high quality.
I have money, but I don't know how expensive these lockpicks.
Well, the surgery tools are 3,000.
One lockpick.
The highest quality lockpick.
He just uses.
He goes into the back of the shop, starts rummaging around one of the cabinets. Comes back after a moment.
Gold lock.
Continues to search.
Damon crushed and lockpick.
Rolls out a small pouch with. You think they're lockpicks. You don't really have any thieving training, so you're not 100% sure what they are.
I am trained in thievery.
In disabled device?
Yes.
Okay. So you are trained in it. So you have some basic understanding. They have a silver engraving in them, and each one of them looks like they've been reinforced, along with like a little bit of a gemstone in the handle for decoration. He says, if you want the best, that's fine. These are 500 gold.
I'll take them.
Oh,
Okay.
do you have that much money?
Yes. It's a lockpick set.
Not just one lockpick.
Okay, that works. Okay.
Okay.
I took out 500 gold. What are they specific? Should I just write
basic
down?
lockpicks.
He
just ripped you off. The gemstones are real. They're lockpicks.
Probably masterwork.
Is there any special things they give me?
Is there a special type?
You have to give them a try.
Do you have something I could test these on?
Like what?
Yeah, no problem. He pulls out from behind the counter a very complicated looking locking mechanism. He said, feel free to give this a try.
Can I give it a try?
Sure. You proceed to spend some time practicing on it.
What?
The other side, they
An
just
eight.
Break it.
They
Break
are
it.
superior lockpicks that give you a +4 on your thievery.
Hey.
Wow.
Okay. However, in the process between talking to them and then practicing, you burnt an hour.
Oh, and you also broke the lock.
No,
Bricks.
you did not break the lockpicks. They seem to be particularly durable.
How good are you at these?
I have a +6, but with the
I have +10.
He doesn't have any information about this person or the lock or the auction house. It was some auction house in town. I don't remember who it was. I didn't write that down. All I do is record the name. And what name should I put in for this purchase?
Benedict Primillion.
Benedict. Aren't you working at the courthouse?
No, not currently.
Are you signed up at the courthouse?
Huh?
Are you signed up
I
at the courthouse?
crossed my name off.
Okay, so you're not officially a defendant.
No.
Okay. No problem.
He gave it up.
Sounds good. Yeah, the name of the lady who bought it was Vladka Kostel, a red-haired Verizian
Right here, Verizzi.
that bought it for a local auction house, but he doesn't remember which one.
Can I make a society check to try and figure out what auction house that might be? From like the Swan logo or something?
From the Swan logo? Sure. Both of you give me a society roll.
I cannot roll to save my life. An 11.
17. Asking around a bit, you get enough information to identify it as Ledov's surgery merchants. Basically, it's a clearinghouse for surgical equipment, medical equipment, things like that. Anything from potions and vials all the way up to high-end tools and so forth.
Where is it in town?
They have a auction house not too far. Once you're done with the lock, you can go check there and see what else you can get.
Right, sounds good.
Okay. Meanwhile, Craig, what would you like to do?
So with the confused, he's going to keep going around to whoever is closest
Until he gets hit, yes.
until he gets there.
At the beginning of his turn, he gets a flat check also.
Yes. He's still confused.
Okay, well, I'll attack him.
Okay.
Like it's not going to seem to me unless things
What?
get really bad.
Just roll 3 ones. That's me.
You're using them up.
Hey, you use him up now.
17.
17's a miss.
See, now you should be
again.
fine.
A little bit. Yeah, use that first.
That's a 16. 16 is also a miss. Third action?
I'll just hit it.
Okay. You are trending downward on that. Jenny, you see the barbarian next to you striking out, or you're not a barbarian, are you?
Yeah.
Yeah, you are. The barbarian striking out at the ghoul next
I'm
to
just
him.
raging for
Yeah,
fun.
well, you might be. There's so many characters, it's hard to keep track. Barbarian is raging and striking out at the ghoul next to him. Seems confused because he can't hit the ghoul, who is also confused.
I wish I was there.
Well, you should have made that decision then.
I'm gonna try.
Okay.
Sick and fun.
The first case of bulimia, or whatever it's called.
15. Okay, one level is gone. Now you're sick 3.
They will do that all 3.
You can do it any action. It's always a target of 15. Yeah, it doesn't change. Yeah, it's not it's just a flat number you're trying to beat
I can do spells.
at -3.
Yeah.
It's effectively an optional stun.
I'll
That
encourage you.
you can do it.
I'm showing the gut.
Better out than in.
22.
That's one more level, one more action.
Critical success to get critical.
Okay, that wasn't a critical success.
Yeah, I know, but
16.
16. That's the third one. So you're down to sick 1.
just for it, she does.
I know. George. Nope. Sorry. Before you go, they go. The one next to Craig goes ahead and hits Craig. Tries to bite Craig. 28.
28.
+1 AC.
Yeah, that's a hit. That's
Okay.
not a crit.
You take 10 points of damage and a fortitude save. As you,
Okay, so you take 6.
9 points. Oh, you're gonna block it?
It only takes the highest number, so my point wouldn't add to that.
Okay, so
Right.
take 7 away.
Take 7.
Okay, so you take 3 points from the champion protecting you.
Now it's a 2.
Count it as a bite that you got hit, and give me a fortitude save.
It's cool.
I'm wearing the ghoul hide, so the paralysis. I'm immune to the paralysis.
And then the ghoul is confused some more because it's not working.
This works every time.
You look like me.
These ghouls are having a bad day. It's like this adventure grew if you were here.
It's ghouls, though. Yes.
But yeah. There's gonna be 20 ghouls with like 5 gaps. See how many potions you have.
Equipment. More armor. +1 hide armor gives you a +1 to saving throws against disease and paralysis. Makes you immune to the paralysis of ghouls. Ghoul hide. Okay, give me a fortitude save.
Fortitude save?
Uh-huh.
And I get the +1.
You do get a +1.
Yes.
You also get the +1 for the song.
So it's a +2. So -3. It's a 17.
17. Okay, you are paralyzed.
Okay.
Cannot be paralyzed by ghouls. Absolutely.
Oh.
Words are important.
Oh.
Details, my friends.
Okay. It then claws you, hitting a 21.
Your AC gets reduced.
Does it? Okay. And he is. This one's just confused. So yes, he hits a 21.
He gets it. 100% sure.
You have the flat-footed condition. This is still function. I think it's
Mostly paralyzed.
AC of 10 is just the standard AC of a normal thing, so that's what I would assume that because you're not moving at all.
Yeah, but don't necessarily read that into it. Paralyzed just. If there's any other criteria on it. If you physically can't move, I grant that you would have a 10 or even a 0 conceivably. But
Well, you could
it
still
doesn't
miss
necessarily
even
do that. Frozen in place, you're flat-footed, you can't act except to recall knowledge. Senses still function. Yeah, it doesn't change your armor class otherwise. It just gives you the flat-footed condition.
just -2.
-2 AC. But he got a 21 on the second strike.
So the 21 would be.
Right now, that I'm already counting the flat-footed.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so does that hit you otherwise?
Yeah.
Okay.
I have a 21. The 21.
So that is a claw strike that hits you for 9 points of damage, and another fortitude doesn't matter at that point. He's not enfeebled.
Yeah, he is.
Is he?
I use my reaction.
Okay, so 19. Oh, you're a different enfeebled.
Oh, yeah, not my frightened.
Okay. Okay. So
And he's
did
frightened
19 hit
too,
you?
also.
Would have hit you anyways.
Yeah.
Okay, so it didn't help him.
So
And I
that
couldn't do the
-4.
flip because I'm paralyzed.
Right. Yeah, you definitely can't do that.
Yeah.
Okay. So then he is confused, so he has to strike you a third time. It's a
That's like shush.
third attack.
Well, actually, with the bard, 19 would. Because 19 is my AC normally. Normally it's 21, then -1 because of rage, -1 because of big weapon. Because I'm clumsy 1 because of the weapon, so it'd be 19, and then his song would be 20, so that wouldn't.
Okay. But go ahead and leave that because its third strike gets a 21.
So
Which
that
would
would-
hit you.
yeah.
So we'll just count it as that. Now we're on the right page. Yes,
Does
Ben?
anything happen at the courthouse?
I'll let you know as soon as it does. Right now, there's a big crowd gathering.
As soon as it does, that's implying something's gonna happen.
Uh-huh. Okay, this one steps over here going for the guy who's singing.
I'm not singing, it's just lingering in the
It's
air.
lingering in the air, and he saw you sing to begin with. He bites a 23.
Yeah.
Okay? He bites a for 6 points and a fortitude save.
My diplomacy is +0. So I'm in big trouble.
And record that you've been bit once.
Yes, intimidation.
+0.
Deception.
That's
Or
a
deception's
25.
gonna help.
Yeah, +6
Okay.
roll really well. +5 for
Claws at you. Only
Well, the
getting
good
an
thing
11.
I have intimidation
That's a
and
fun.
deception.
-1 fever.
Okay.
What the exact opposite of
He
me?
takes persistent damage. He's over. One of Andy was that.
Are you human?
I smacked him with a rock and he got hit by electricity.
Yeah, you're still basically
Okay.
the exact opposite.
Okay.
That's so funny.
The other one,
Too quick.
that one's already down.
Sorry.
What happened?
There was a piece of popcorn there, and I thought I was all smooth.
dropped it
smashed
on
it and threw it in my mouth, and they're both laughing because they dropped it on the floor. And I thought I was smooth. I
He's
just,
too quick. He got it in his mouth, but we couldn't say
they're
anything.
just both over here trying to hold it. And I was just like,
Okay.
that's what I did. Anyway.
Meanwhile, down here in the south, this one takes a step over here next to you, and then he is going to bite you, hitting a 30.
That's a hit.
That's going to hit you. Is it a full critical? Okay. 10 points of damage.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Constitution goes up.
But you get cool fever.
Yes. 4 feet.
And I need a fortitude save from the bite.
+1.
+1. You are paralyzed. It then claws at you, hitting a 15 because of the flat foot. Okay. Fine. The other one steps over here to flank you, bites you flat with the paralysis. Actually, since you're paralyzed, it goes past you, goes for Dahlia. Bites you, hitting a 15.
+1.
It'll miss.
Well, I don't know if it's a fumble or not.
No, it's not a problem.
Claws at you, hitting a 21.
That is.
+1.
That's it.
Still a hit. Okay. So he claws you for 6 points of damage and a fortitude save.
+1.
See? I'm picking up.
It's important because people will forget left and right.
28.
28. Okay, so you are not paralyzed yet.
You had the plus one?
You
got
being paralyzed,
minus
that's right,
one.
I can't do it.
How many points of damage
Correct.
was it?
Unless you get out of the paralysis. 6 points of damage.
-1.
You get a saving throw at the end of your action to recover from the paralysis, and it slowly wears off. It gets easier and easier to do, but until you pass that, you're just sitting there flat-footed, unable to do anything.
So,
He can't instantly kill you.
right, so the beginning of my turn, I can't roll a
Correct.
fortitude save.
It's at the end of your turn. Right.
If you have any mental effects.
Yeah, anything mental. You can think about doing stuff.
Yeah.
Can paralyzed
No.
people count as point?
No.
Want to make sure that's important.
No.
And well, I didn't think so, but
Okay, George.
Hey.
Are you paralyzed?
No. Nope.
Okay.
I am going to attempt to trip people in front of me.
Okay.
It's athletics versus I think their reflex or fortitude.
Trip. Reflex.
That would be a 14.
14. That is a failure.
Okay. Then I will stab at him.
Okay. This counts as a second action. Second attack.
Okay. That's a 23.
That is a hit. And in -5?
Yes.
Okay.
-4 meaning for the agile.
Fine.
That would be 2 points.
2 points for this one.
And then a 5-foot setback.
Okay. Wait for me. And Jen.
I am going
Like the
For Doge.
to go and
The second one. On your bandolier. Okay. So you are no longer paralyzed.
Thank you.
My knowledge equals like garlic.
Yes. Adds
do?
flavor to it.
Oh, okay.
Especially pickled garlic. No.
Gives them like a bunch of bonuses.
I am
They're
going to-
hasted.
I'm going to then move front up.
Then you're gonna move over behind on the other side of the champion. Okay. Okay. Doge.
Alright, so I can hit, right?
You can. You're no longer paralyzed.
This is the guy that hit me, right?
It is.
Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and do my flurry on him.
They're both
Okay.
headless.
Oh my! I told you to use this dice.
Use the other
No,
die.
no, don't use that dice. That,
Would have been silly if that was 1.
19.
Is that what you got? Okay, that's a hit.
It'll be fine.
I don't get it.
Plus 0.
Okay. Other strike, yeah. That's also a hit. Okay. And what else you got?
And I'm gonna go ahead and hit him.
Okay.
-8.
Is it -8 when I have powerful fist? It's supposed to be.
And it might be -3. Might be -3.
Do you have a stunning ability on them?
Yeah, on the powerful fist, he's supposed to be.
He gets a fortitude saves if you choose to use it.
Can I use it at
I
every-
believe you have well, at least you used to only have a limited.
It's anytime you use
Okay, so that's valid. So he gets 2. You struck him both times with the flurry.
Right.
He makes a fortitude save at an 18 and an 18.
That goes against my armor.
Yeah,
Your
that goes
DC.
against your DC for your character.
So, failed twice.
Okay, so he's stunned too.
Does that actually help me hit him again?
Doesn't help you at all.
He loses
help-
2 actions.
Yeah, he loses 2 actions on his turn.
I'm gonna go ahead.
Okay,
But I'm
still at -8.
I don't think it's supposed to be -8.
It's normally, if you didn't have flurry, it'd be +0, -4, -8. Flurry makes both of your attacks 0, 0, then -8.
That's the advantage.
And I hit him last time with 19.
You still can hit him. You just increase your odds of getting a fumble.
Alright, I'm gonna try to hit.
7 total. Okay, that is a fumble.
is it like nighttime or dark out?
Yes, it is for you guys. It is approximately 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock. It is definitely dark.
At night or in the morning?
Yes, at night. You are dazzled until the end of your next turn. It gives him concealment of a flat 5.
Now, I can still move for my third turn.
That yes, you still have another action, so you can still move.
So, in this case, I want to here. Up there to get.
Okay. Kill the group.
Right.
Okay. And then we go to Andy.
Later.
Yes. Let's see. One of there's going to
How can I intimidate the group in the most efficient way?
I raise my shield, move the 2 steps. George? Brush my.
Okay.
19.
19's a hit.
For 17 points worth of damage.
And it's gone. Alright. Right?
So I get 14 save at the end. I'm paralyzed.
Oh, yes. At the end of your action, you get a forward.
+1. So that's +2 because the armor and that, so it's only a -1. Natural 1.
So 0.
Okay, so you're paralyzed.
Yeah.
So we go to Jenny. If you wish to. You're only second one. Okay, you are feeling better now.
Well, you can tell him you're fine because you don't speak.
Barbarian
You have
telepathy.
to let them.
Yep. Giant instant.
Cool. Oh, big height, you make a
Okay.
giant hole in the
As a spell.
You can tell because the figure isn't moving.
So-
I'll do this.
okay. Go ahead and mark it off, and you are no longer paralyzed.
Thank you.
So they go. That one. I'm still confused. Well, he might not be confused. Yes, he's still confused. He's very confused. He's going to bite at the motionless barbarian who's now moving again. But he's confused. He hits a 20.
A 20.
+1.
That would be a hit, but I'm going to do a flip.
Okay.
Wait, which one? Wait, minus 3.
And then he claws at you, hitting a 14 and a 23 with a natural 20.
23 will hit.
Okay.
-1.
Damn
Okay. This is going to be slashing. He slashes you across the gut.
Ooh,
It does D4 persistent bleed damage.
more bleed?
If you had the ability to swallow whole, anything in your belly would be released.
Oh man, that was swallow.
So that fly you had this morning, that's released.
That's good.
Oh
Okay.
man, my food!
You take 15 points of damage.
Almost one. 14 points.
Something horizon,
You could.
like a giant wolf.
Yeah, you can have a bear coming to kill
Okay.
us now.
Always watching.
That one takes a single move up to there, and he's done. The other one strikes at Doge. Hitting a 13. Okay, 13. I was going to say it's a critical. Wow. He takes a -2 penalty on attack rolls until the end of his next turn. So, 9. His claw is an 18 now. And move here.
He moved around here.
The other side of you.
Do you have attack of opportunity?
Doesn't matter. Step. George. Your song, I think, is over at this
Yeah,
point.
just now I know. So I will sing.
Okay.
And
Give me a perception check.
Oh, more!
that would be a 24.
Okay.
We find a dire duel.
Oh, wait, no.
I will cast telekinetic projectile at one of attacking the witch.
Okay.
So that would be a total of an 18.
That's it.
Yes. 12 points.
Okay. It goes down.
This one?
Yep. And you're singing, you said?
Yes.
Okay. Jen.
To use red.
Okay. The confused one?
Yeah.
Can't figure out why that barbarian keeps flipping.
Right.
Barbarians are known for their
An earthquake happens when you land. Imagine if that actually wasn't a ability.
24.
Like,
24 is
would
it?
have a barbarian?
He's gone?
What's this one?
Okay. And you have an action left if you want to do something.
Now we can take him prisoner.
Okay. So, Jason. Make a 40 save when you got hit.
I did not.
Okay.
That's one.
Natural 20.
Natural 20, you finally got one.
Yes.
Yay!
That's a 20.
Okay. This is slashing.
Yep.
You do triple damage.
Oh,
You can choose to do bludgeoning instead of slashing if you wish. Okay.
that's a good crit.
It's a triple damage. So does that mean whatever I roll?
You can roll it once, take your total modifier, and then just triple the total, or you can roll it 3 times. Okay. $33 points. Okay, so you smack him across the head, breaking his neck. He is dead right off in this first strike.
Guess we're not taking him prisoner.
Nope. Meanwhile, back in town, those two at the courthouse.
Oh boy.
It's been a couple of hours. The crowd has slowly been working themselves up to a bit of a froth at this point. It is what 9, 10, 11 o'clock, 10:30 or so. When you notice that the attitude in the crowd is starting to shift. Yeah, the guards seem like they're getting more nervous. They've backed up to the main door itself, standing there with their halberds at the ready. The crowd is still maintaining their distance, but they've stopped throwing fruit. Okay.
Are they throwing rocks? Or
They're not throwing anything at this point, but you can see the number of what.
Come on, get you a second coffee.
I guess so. I'm going to be up late tonight. Okay.
Do I get another coffee?
Nope. Nope.
Why?
I apparently I got a lot of work to do or something tonight. Okay. Yes, work on that. Anyways, the crowd is getting more and more excited. You see pitchforks, torches, things like that are starting to gather.
So it's looking like an angry mob.
Yeah, they seem to be working themselves up. You can hear the guards down below yelling at the crowd to stay back. But they are not experienced adventurers like you guys, and they're only going to be able to hold them off for a little bit. You're out there in the crowd. Every now and then you catch a glimpse of the kobold amongst the crowd. What are you two doing to agitate or diffuse the situation?
I can try with my my +0 diplomacy to try to diffuse things.
You tell me what you're doing. You guys wanted to be here guarding the place.
I make sure there's no like serious weapons. Like I'm just keeping an eye around the crowd, make sure there's no like crossbows, swords, nothing like that.
There are crossbows, there are swords. They're not out. For the most part, it is villagers and peasants with pitchforks. The most dangerous would be like hand axes and things like that. But there are people that have regular equipment. Daggers, the occasional sword. There's not a lot of crossbows, but there's certainly there certainly seems to be a bit more excitement along those lines. So are you you hear the warrior step out on the balcony and start talking to the crowd. What are you going to do? There looks to be maybe 3 or 4 dozen people here.
I'm just gonna wait and see how this turns out, because I have no diplomacy.
Just keep your distance. The 2 non-diplomatic warrior types are the ones guarding against the crowd. Okay, so
I'm needed elsewhere.
what sort of things are you saying?
I'm going to basically beg them to please calm down and just go home, and that I don't want anyone to get hurt.
Okay, give me a diplomacy roll.
No.
17.
17. Okay. They don't go home. They don't disperse. But with the 17, you're able to hold them off at least for the time being. It all depends on how far you're able to continue that ongoing. Okay.
Oh.
So
I thought because I did.
I was sitting there looking at his thing. I'm like, he doesn't have any pluses. This character sheet looks terrible.
So it doesn't have anything actually put in there
So he managed to calm the crowd
with no skill.
with no skill.
Yes.
That's all right.
That's that he's getting to the farmer's level.
Yes.
He's talking the farmer to them.
That's why you have nothing.
So I'm assuming the crowd is like all around the court area, right?
They're predominantly in the courtyard. Whoa. You
What
okay?
was that?
Oh, that's a the table's attacking you.
It's a trap.
The clamp goes underneath on the
got it
table.
back on.
Okay. It pushes against the table so that Ben doesn't push the table across the table
It
itself.
just like flipped
This
off
bad.
and smacked me.
Well, it's a trap.
You have to put it on his hand. It's the new.
I wouldn't do that. Okay. Simultaneously, elsewhere in the town, we have a couple of people that are investigating. Yeah? Right now, the warrior seems to be holding them at bay.
Okay, can I get to a point where, like, if they do, like, start getting serious and attack the guards, can I get somewhere, like, get inside quickly?
The courthouse?
Yes.
No. If you attempt to get into the courthouse, you will be effectively the mob trying to get into the courthouse. You are a civilian.
Then I'm gonna have to shoot you.
Okay. Now, as you're talking about that, several of the people around you are encouraging you. Let's do it. We could rush him. You want to try that?
Ooh.
Yes, and they're willing to let you go first. Now, you are not signed up as an official defender, so you are not permitted in the courthouse. The guards would react to that as if the crowd was trying to get in, and the crowd would react to it as one of our own are trying to get in. So that would most likely inflame the whole thing.
Better diplomacy.
That's infinitely higher than his. Okay. Meanwhile, the other 2 of you, the druid and the wizard, you guys have been wandering the town, offering flowers to people, and you have identified the auction house, led off surgery merchants. You guys spend some time, get some directions and locate that. The auction master, a man by the name of Allo Cludd, is staying up late. He seems a bit nervous with the aggressiveness of the crowds outside. He's afraid of people potentially coming and disrupting his business. Seems like a fairly pretentious person. Bald head, just little tufts of hair right above his ears. When you guys step into his shop, he looks initially at you very nervously. You're signed up as one of the defenders, right? Okay. He says, "Oh no! I don't want to have any of this business. I need you guys to leave. I can't be getting involved in this."
Not a member of the sir.
Well, yeah, I understand that, but your friend here, I know who he is. I'm gonna have to ask you both to leave.
Can I come back if I don't have the wizard with me?
No, I don't want to have any involvement in this.
Okay.
The mob out there, they're angry. They'd tear my place to pieces if they knew I was talking to the defenders of the creature.
I'm not a defender of the creature.
I don't care what your business is. Don't want to have anything to do with it.
I don't want to have business with you per se. I'm here to have business with Vladka Kostova.
Vodka?
Sir.
What do you need to do with her?
We have we have something that belongs to her. And we need to return it.
Give me the blow zero.
Only you didn't give away the flowers. I know. I knew this guy would have liked them.
I know.
Wow.
29.
Out of 29.
At least it was up there.
It was.
Fumble.
Yes. Okay. Okay. Well, I'll get Vladka. You make it quick.
Sir.
I don't want the crowd knowing anything. He heads back into the room and calls for her. She comes back. It comes out a short time later. A Berizian lady says, "Yeah, what can I do for you?"
We have something that belongs to you.
Okay. The other guy, you can see, he goes over to the door and locks the front. You can see him pulling the shades down and everything. You have something that belongs to me.
I pull out the search. I show her.
Those aren't mine.
According to the shop owner, you bought these a few months ago.
Did I? Okay. Well, I'm a broker. I sell things here through the auction house.
So why did you buy these?
I was told to buy things of value.
Okay.
They were put up for auction. I'm sure they were sold through here. That sounds right, but it's certainly something of that much value.
Tell us who bought them.
Oh, I don't have those records. My boss here, Otto, he'd have that. Give me another diplomacy roll. Otto's over on the side, like I said,
Okay,
he's peeking out through the windows and everything.
A 30.
30? He's normally pretty selective about his clientele. If you can make it worth his time, I'm sure he'd probably be willing to let you look at the books. But I mean, he's in it for the money. He's scared, nervous right now. You probably need to pay him off in order to loosen his information and get some help from him.
Only if you have those flowers.
I have some. Well, I can give this bottle of wine here. You seem like a man of.
You already gave that to the other guy.
I have some flowers.
You gave that to the other guy as well.
I don't have any. I have money. Does that interest you?
That's. She says yes. That's what she's talking about. She's suggesting you bribe him.
Okay. So my good sir.
Apparently, you have limited information along these lines. You're not used to bribing people.
I am willing to pay for your information.
She stands back. Otto is fretting over the side and comes back. So I really need you guys to leave. I can't be seen doing business with you.
How does 400 gold sound? Or a little bit.
That sounds like an awful lot of money.
Yes.
You definitely break him out of his panic at this point. He pauses for a moment and said, Why, of course. What sort of information would you be interested in?
Vladka here told us that you might have some in your books of clientele information about where these tools came from.
No.
Oh. Yeah, that.
No way.
Good thing there's a sorcerer here with you, otherwise you'd be going in a circle. Right back to the craftsman.
So far, he's spent like 900 gold.
I was wondering, you might have lost it.
That's too many.
We're trying to figure out how we're trying to return these to the owner, and we need to return we need to return them, and we were wondering if we could look through your books of clientele to find out who we need to return this to.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I mean, you have the money, I assume.
Yes, I have the money.
Okay.
All of my money.
Okay. You present the money to him?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, he takes you over to the shelves and everything, pulls out a really big ledger, starts flipping through it. He pauses for a moment and gives the sack of money to Ladka, who disappears into the back rooms. He starts looking through it and says, and when did you say this was?
When was what?
The sale.
Oh, a few months ago.
Okay. And this was for those tools?
Yes, sir.
Okay. He looks through it and says, yeah, right here. This was to a fellow by the name of Radnich. See, he was looking for some high-end supplies. He said it was he paid in cash. Had lots of gold at the time. Seemed on the up and up. Shopkeeper, he has a surgery supply store in Surgeon's Flats on the east side of town. Gives you the address to it. It was interesting how he really bid the price up. There wasn't very many people bidding, but he seemed to like jump quite high. Like he really needed these particular devices. So he'd be the one that bought it.
All right. Well, thank you, fine sir. That is all the information I need from you.
Okay.
And I hope you have a blessed day.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate offering my time and assistance for the court.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And now we have another place to go.
Yes.
That was so much
It's
money.
too bad you're completely broke, so you can't bribe the
He
have
glances out the door at the street, makes sure there's nobody watching, and then quickly ushers you guys out before you hear him lock the door behind you. It is currently about 11:30 for you guys at night at this point. And you have another location on the east side at a surgeon's shop, surgeon supply store. Where else would you like to do? Okay, you guys head there. Okay, you find a old cramped shop down the end of an alleyway. From the outside, it is labeled Radnich's Niche. In the window, there are things you would associate with medical or alchemical processes. There's a full-size dwarf skeleton hanging from a rack in the window. Yeah, a real small one. You can see in the background lots of things in jars that you can't really identify. There's a lantern burning, so somebody is here, but the sign on the door says it's closed, given that it's 11:30 at night. And you guys are down like an off the beaten trail type alleyway off on the side.
Knock on the door.
Sure. Knock on the door.
Yes.
You wait a couple of minutes. There's no answer.
Knock again.
Okay. There's still no answer.
I'm gonna try and call it. Is there like a place where I could call in to the? Is there like a mail slot?
No. There's a door and a large window. That's about it.
If I were to yell loud enough, would you be able to hear me?
I don't know.
Maybe.
I'm gonna yell and say, we have something.
Please open up.
Okay.
It's pretty important.
So you start making a lot of noise.
It's very important.
Give me a straight DC 20 or a straight 20 roll.
We have something.
15. Okay. Out on the main street, the crowd is going by, making lots of noise and everything. So you don't end up attracting the attention of the town guard or disturbing the peace and causing other noise and everything. After a little bit of time, you find one of the upper windows of the building pops open, and a guy leans on and says, "What do you want? It is 11:30 at night." You can see it. You can see he's dressed in like bed clothes and everything. Holds a candle out and he's looking down on the street at you.
Are you Radnich?
Yeah, who are you?
We have something of yours.
Well, leave it at the door.
But I want to give it to you in person so I can.
Who are you?
My name's Benedict. I'm a very nice
and
guy.
Who are you?
I'll grow you some flowers. This is,
Who's the other guy?
Hilarious.
he's my associate for the time being. He doesn't talk much.
Come back in the morning.
But we need you now.
We open at 8.
We need you now.
You need me now to give me something?
Yes, it's very important.
What is it?
It's something I will show you when I hold up the surgical tools.
Give me the diplomacy roll.
Yeah, this is hilarious.
-20.
I have a +1 because of the uniform, right?
No.
Can I find clothes?
No. You actually have a -4 because you're welcome up.
Oh,
Oh my
24.
god.
I got a 24 as well.
Okay. Counting the -4?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. After a bit of time, you manage to convince him that you're not going to go away and you're going to continue being annoying to him. So he finally says, "Fine, come downstairs."
Great job.
After you hear him moving around, and then finally he unlocks the door and opens it up and says, "You guys tried to rob me. You won't regret it."
Oh, I can guarantee you I won't try to rob you.
Well, I'll guarantee you won't succeed.
I guarantee I won't either.
He has what looks like a spittoon. You know what that is?
No.
No.
What people that do chewing dip in cowboy movies they spit into?
He has like one of those in his hands.
Oh.
It's rusty and everything. It's like he's using it as a club to protect himself.
Okay.
From these strangers knocking down his door.
Okay.
He opens up the door, says, "Okay, now, what do you got?"
I have these surgical tools via court, which we've been able to track down that you have ownership of, apparently. You bought them from the bidding house.
So these are mine?
Apparently, but
Okay, give them to me.
Actually, well, they are yours, but can I ask you a few questions about them?
What? Why?
Because
Because we found.
You know it's midnight, right?
yeah, but why did
Why are they out? Why did we
why did we find them where we found them?
we saw somebody?
I have no idea.
we found these tools on an island with manticores. It was in a nest of manticores.
Manticores? I've never seen a manticore in my life.
Well, that's where they were.
How'd they get
Man, this town is getting crazier and crazier. Beasts and trials and manticores now.
Well,
okay, come in. Put the tools on the counter. Let me take a look at what these things are that you say are mine. That you found in some manticore beast.
I fully set them on the counter.
Do you know what a manticore is?
Yes. My good
Describe
sir,
it.
am a druid, so
Describe the manticore for me.
can I make a nature check?
He did succeed recall knowledge on the manticore earlier.
Okay, so tell me what a manticore looks
A
like.
manticore, it has wings, it flies, it has like a snake head, it has a lion head, it has like
How many heads does it have?
That does not sound like a manticore. That sounds like a chimera.
wait. Manticores are like lions with wings.
That's a sphinx.
Scorpion tails.
That's a sphinx.
Oh, what?
They tell riddles.
Can I make a nature check?
Sure.
I feel good
Recall
with you.
knowledge.
I feel good with you.
Oh no.
Are you sure you're a druid?
A 20?
A 20? A manticore is a flying lion who's known for the fact that its tail is covered in barbs that it can shoot or fling as missiles.
It is a lion with wings with a tail that has barbs that it shoots like missiles.
Okay. You sure this wasn't a chimera?
You see, he's
Yes.
Or a
really
sphinx.
actually a sphinx.
Yes, because it had wings. And these were found in a body bag.
So you put the tools on the thing?
Yes.
The body bag? What are you talking about, body bag?
I had to recall my knowledge again from like before when they were in a body bag in a boat that was next to a manticore nest. So
What?
You
Okay.
so
Okay.
tired.
Now, admittedly,
You must be drunk.
I've only been asleep for a couple of
I
hours now.
understand this is so abrupt and so.
Do I know
insane.
you? Who are you? You're with him.
Yep.
You seem familiar for me for some reason. Okay. So you found a bag in a boat in a manticore nest.
There was a body in the bag.
And you say these are mine? Wouldn't they be the bodies?
So here's our process, right?
Okay.
We found these. We went to a store. The store referred us to the auction house, the surgical clearinghouse.
Okay.
Are you aware of where that is?
Yeah, I do business with them all the time.
They referred me to you, saying you bought these.
Otto gave my info out?
Otto didn't give your info out. He just referred us to you because we asked about them. We have no other.
So Otto gave me my information.
Yes.
Oh, well, I'm going to have a word with Otto in the morning.
Well, I'm sorry about the inconvenience again.
Mission is to talk to them at night. Don't have to be nice.
So, do you know why these were in a body bag?
No clue why these were in a body bag in a boat in a manticore nest.
Who did you sell these to?
Who did I sell these to?
Who'd you give them to?
These? I don't know.
Do you have records?
No?
Make a deception check. See if it's
Sure.
lying.
Do you have perception?
That's a
Do I have
perception.
Oh yeah, I have
you
perception.
you make deception checks to
30?
to lie to him. 30? Yeah, he definitely seems to know what these are and where they came from and some history. He just doesn't want to share it.
All right, man.
can't
I need you
He
to
definitely seems to recognize them, yes.
All right, man. I need you to be straight with me. Where did you find these at?
Found them at the auction house. You already said that yourself.
Who did you sell them to?
I don't know.
You do know. I can tell.
Okay.
Get out of my house.
We can
Why
go down
don't
and
you
you can sell
come
a
back in
cord.
the morning?
We can
Okay.
bring the
Give me an intimidate check.
Why don't you come back in the morning when
29.
29. Okay. No. Let's leave the court out of it. It's already late enough as it is. You've woken me up. Don't need to anger any of those judges there.
Yeah, I
they
don't
got
want
more
that.
than enough business.
That's right.
I was commissioned to buy these by Master Vorkstag of Vorkstag and Grind's Chemical Works. Okay. I don't know what he needed them for. He said he needed some high-end surgical tools, some project he was working on. He didn't want to go through the normal channels, so he had me go ahead and buy them.
Okay, and why did he tell you why he couldn't go through the normal channels?
I didn't ask questions. Do I look like the shopkeeper that gets involved in that sort of stuff?
Apparently you did.
Well, no, I don't normally get involved in that legal stuff.
Oh my God.
Yes,
So-
he has a questionable shop in the back of a dark alleyway, and doesn't want the law to get involved.
So where is this? Where is Vorkstag Chemical Works?
He gives you directions to it. It is located in the southeastern section of town.
This is surprisingly
Okay.
going well.
And can you describe him to me so I can identify him easier?
Vorkstag? Yeah, he was a shorter fellow.
What's his race?
I'd say probably a dwarf. One of those beardless ones.
How much is that dwarf skeleton in your window?
Bobo?
Bobo.
Yeah, you looking to buy?
Yes.
You got your money.
I do.
Okay,
Why
give me a
do you want
medical check.
skeleton?
Either medicine or if you have nature medicine, that works.
19.
19. You're pretty certain it's fake, like it's plaster. It's painted to look like a skeleton.
Oh, never mind. I don't
Okay.
want it.
You don't want a fake skeleton?
No, I'm
Okay.
okay.
I mean, it's
Thank you.
pretty accurate, but it's like plaster over wire.
You have a good night and you go to sleep, okay?
Okay. So he rolls up the tools and.
I take the tools.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! You said these were mine!
They're not yours. They're not yours anymore.
Now, wait a minute. Wait a minute. You said they were mine.
These are mine.
Did you,
I look at the corpse ball.
did you not say these were mine?
You know what? You lied to me.
Okay.
I lied to you.
Let's go talk to the judges then.
All right.
You said these were mine. Okay.
All right. Let's go.
Okay.
Oh my god.
He goes up and gets some clothes. Comes back down and says, "Okay, let's go talk to the judges."
Let's go.
Okay.
Having to wake them up all early and stuff because you want to make them difficult.
You said that. You said they were mine. So okay. So he proceeds to waste the next 2 hours of your time. As a result.
So what? A lawsuit happened essentially.
No, they go and they try to find a guard that will actually listen to the story and actually cares. And eventually, as he argues and the druid argues, and neither really has any proof of who owns what, eventually the guards say, enough. It's 2-1. You guys own it. And they kick the guy out type stuff. But he ends up burning 2 of your hours, ended up leaving you at
1 o'clock.
about 1 a.m. Okay.
Hey, do you want to come by and pick me up?
Okay. Meanwhile, we go back over to the sanctuary,
Sanctuary.
where time seems to be dragging somewhat as we went through a bunch of combat.
It's still the 8 o'clock right already.
It's still very early for you guys.
I think we need to go to a.
It's maybe. Well, no, it was 8:30 before you guys left, so it's maybe 9:30 by now.
Not 8.
Okay.
Time lapse.
So,
We need a fixed time.
having dispatched the ghouls and ghats, the rest of the place turns out to be fairly uneventful. You find nests of the creatures in several of the abandoned rooms and remnants and so forth.
Do I sense any spirits?
You do not sense any spirits whatsoever. There's no haunting or other undead presence here. It basically looks like after the place collapsed and burnt down, the ghouls and ghats eventually moved into the area rather than any sign that they were directly at fault or at cause. The looking around the place, give me some perception checks.
That's a 30.
Okay.
13.
19. Crazy.
I'm sorry, you got a
13.
13,
30.
30,
26.
25, 19. Okay. So, the 3 of you, bards otherwise distracted, in the near the back, there is a staircase that's choked with rubble that would have led down into a basement. Where it's collapsed, no longer usable. However, along one of the sides, there you find a opening, like a storm cellar type opening that leads down into the basement. The basement, for the most part, turned out to be pretty much unaffected by the fire, being that it was a stone foundation and most of the fire was kept to the upper floors. Inside the place, you find a old metal strongbox. It's been warped by the fire, but is otherwise still intact. The lock itself is fused and melted, but you may be able to force it open in some manner. Other than that, the cellar is otherwise ruined and melted. Amongst the debris, you find a collection of miscellaneous valuables that the ghouls and ghast have collected in this area. It looks like they've been using the basement itself as really their primary nest. They, along with numerous bodies, most of which are badly charred. Okay. The heads and bodies all clearly display physical deformities. That's part of the nature of the asylum itself, for people that were otherwise afflicted, except for one particular head. The body head is completely normal, no issues on it at all. Amongst the ruins are numerous shards of charred, broken glass. In the corner, however, you find one unbroken vial in the corner. The label on the vial is damp, but you can read the words, it's like a logo on it, labeled Vorkstag and Grind Chemical Bleach.
Drink it. Drink it. Drink the bleach.
Can we investigate? Can I investigate?
Sure. It just looks like a normal head. It's charred and burnt.
And all the rest of them?
All the rest of them
Disfigured?
look like, yeah, they were disfigured in some form. The asylum itself wasn't for the insane. It wasn't for criminals or anything else. It was for people who had physical malformations, mutations or deformities or whatever. It was an asylum for that.
The head is the doctor.
Potentially, yeah. He would have been the only one at the place that died and didn't have any afflictions.
Maybe the beast.
Right, Carl survived, but he's just
alive.
blind.
Carl still has his head.
Yeah, he definitely still has his head.
So,
Yes.
from what we know about
Maybe
the
he actually just
gas,
has to illusion.
needing a large body count to doesn't look like this is all bodies only probably from the fire. This is like they were cooked.
They were cooked in the fire.
Right. I'm just mean, is there more bodies brought in, or
There are
sites
some that are
strange?
fresher, but not very many. The majority of them look like the ghouls have been collecting the bodies from the place. Which is why, looking around on the upper floor, there's no sign of anything. Okay, everything's been cleared out, other than the ash and debris. All the bodies were gone.
So the guy that made it through, he's blind.
Spirits inside the cellar.
Last thing you saw.
You do
But he
get
was
some
normal.
sense of spirits in the
He
cellar.
was
Yes.
the
Nothing that's
assistant to the
aggressive
doctor.
Okay,
per se,
the
but there
doctor
is at least a presence here.
He said he saw the doctor.
There's a sense of spirits in here. We
But
should
that's
use the
what
blackjack
kind-
board.
I don't have
The druid.
it. I don't even have any roll.
Could I use? It gives me a way I can check to discern why it's still lingering or whatever. It gives me a +1 on that check. So what check would that be, like a cult?
Sure.
Would be a 14.
14. You don't have a clear view of what it might be.
I'm trying to force that.
You can try.
What's your athletic? Can I do my bardic lore on the bleach?
What's that?
Can I do my bardic lore on the bleach?
The vial, sure.
You can go first.
They work together.
Well, you could assist, which would be the best way.
I'll assist him.
Okay. So you need a target number of 15, and then he, if successfully, gives you a +2.
20.
20. Okay.
That's a 31.
31. Okay, no problem.
+2.
That'd be bonus
That's a
because it's a
34.
critical success.
I'll give you a 4 then.
Okay, 36 because I rolled the natural 20.
No, you rolled a natural 20.
Both of them rolled natural ones.
So the two of you get into position.
I rolled a
You take you take a brick or something and like really jam it in there, and then you just sort of roll it over and the lid just falls off.
There's no bottom.
Yeah.
Oh, that's disintegrates.
Okay, so from your bardic lore, bleach is commonly used to remove color,
Yes.
stains, things like that.
Yes, I know,
Okay.
but sing the bleak
You don't,
song.
have, you don't have any information as far as Vorstag and Grind. Okay. You do know, you have heard the name.
Yeah.
They are, from what you've heard, they are well-respected merchants.
Okay.
Grind is a peculiar-looking fellow. The gnomes are typically that peculiar-looking.
Okay.
Okay. That's all you know about him. Okay, in the chest, there is some papers. Most of the papers have been badly charred. Give me a linguistics check.
What is that?
Society.
No, that would not be society.
Oh my
Linguistics, it would be.
Bardic lore.
I'd be willing to go with bardic lore.
Religion? No.
No. What would be the
Theater.
equivalent? No, not theater.
Is it a certain language? Is that where we're?
No, it's a matter of being able to decipher it from the damage on the papers.
Would it be perception then?
Gotcha.
Would it just fall into that?
Perception, potentially, yeah.
Because there really isn't.
Yeah, I know there's not a
Now.
linguistics anymore.
Surely.
I know, like,
acrobat.
there's a.
Yeah, that makes
I know
sense.
there's like a code breaking feat, but that's like a society.
I just got a natural 20, so a 28 on Bardic lore on it.
That'll work. We studied through it. The papers don't have a lot of detail as far because of the fire damage and everything. But you're able to decipher the words Vorstag and Grind's chemical works multiple times in the documents
Okay.
throughout them.
That's all the information.
That's from the papers. Yeah, that's it.
All it's in there.
Yep.
So these people were burned.
Yeah, the bodies that were here were all burned.
Was a giant
Does
fire.
that beast have anything? I mean, how does the beast create a fire?
I think it
Or
was made the mask, pieced together mask.
Mhm.
What's that?
It is
Horse
with that
stag.
beast.
Vorstag is the chemical book guy.
No,
Why would they have
the
burned it
first
down?
town we went to?
Huh?
About-
Why would they burn it down?
Make the beast.
Obviously, they had marketing.
They could be trying to get rid of evidence. They could have had some bad dealings and
Right.
were trying to get rid of evidence.
I'm just
Anyway,
saying,
I think the
the
pieced
beast
together
didn't-
mask.
the beast
is-
wouldn't come in and burn the place down. The beast would just kill them all.
True.
Right? Why would the beast have any reason to burn the place
I
down?
think the beast was.
Do we know what the
All of
chemical
them.
company
Oh, yeah.
makes? Like what kind of
Beast is
products do they
The,
sell?
the guy,
Bleach.
surgical tools.
No, it's a
Created the mask.
general
It's made- it's-
manufacturing.
It's
It
a
was the
well-known,
beast.
well-regarded
He wore the mask.
marketer. That's the thing. So
And he said that he knew that the gnome was odd fellow. Brian.
Yeah, Grind is known to be a peculiar looking fellow, but gnomes in Pathfinder, when they get to a certain age, they undergo a process called the bleaching,
Right.
where their hair turns white, their skin gets pale, etc.
that's why they need bleach.
Maybe that's why they have bleach. But yeah, he's particularly unusual looking as a result.
Should we go, if there's nothing else here, should we go back, go right to?
Well,
the
I sense spirits in here.
the spirits.
Yes,
Oh.
spirits in here. I failed that check.
So what are we gonna do about spirits?
Now, amongst the debris, you find several other things. That you find there are 12 silver crossbow bolts,
Got me there.
a slightly melted gold belt buckle, and an iron bracelet with silver filigree. The filigree depicts a moon eating an owl.
That
I've cast
obviously
detect
can't be
magic.
yours because
None of them are
Moon will
magical.
eat your
Okay.
owl.
Can I do Bardic lore on the necklace? For any significance
No,
of it?
No.
Okay.
We don't have anybody magic that can detect what it is, right?
I do.
What is it?
Non-magic.
No, the melted belt
Doesn't,
buckle.
doesn't seem to have any magical quality.
Religion?
There's no specific religious notice. I mean, there's some general representations of the moon and the owl as far as with Desna, but that's about it. It doesn't look like it has a direct religious significance.
You can sell that belt. You can sell the belt to a blacksmith. Make gold
It's
coins.
a normal melted gold.
We'll take it back.
And sell the gold belt.
We must go on an adventure and find the person's missing belt buckle. Return it.
I could use some medicine, like some healing.
Like you're just walking around with your.
I'm assuming the persistent bleeding stopped fast enough.
No,
We
I've
don't
just
really
been,
worry
just
about
been
it.
walking around, just bleeding a trail. It's fine.
Okay.
Yeah,
So,
just hanging out.
We should investigate the surrounding grounds. See if we find any of the heavy footprints.
You guys are doing that. I would like to try to Asthma. Find out why this solve that problem.
Awesome.
Okay.
Will you do that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let me know if lay on hands doesn't work.
How much is that?
Oh, well,
Negative 12 now.
you're dead. Sorry.
Okay. So you guys gonna check the surrounding areas,
Sure.
Yes.
the surrounding grounds, and everything?
Before I do that, I'm gonna not out of my bed away. Fire potion.
Okay. I think
You
it's
could do
D8.
medicine if you need it.
Is there any pluses or
Nope.
minuses?
Not for the minor one.
If you want to take 10 minutes, I can.
You got time for medicine.
I'm 16 points down.
Okay. So somebody wants to roll medicine on him. Meantime, you're
By
meditating.
myself in the basement.
Okay.
Meditating.
And you are searching around? Okay, so those of you who are searching the surrounding areas out in the wilderness, give me a perception check.
Ooh, I got 27.
Okay.
Natural 20.
Okay.
So 31.
Can I do I roll this even though I'm getting?
Yeah, you guys spend about an hour between the communing and the searching of the surrounding area.
I rolled a natural.
Okay.
We'd be fully healed.
Dog his fleece.
Or just like one medicine.
Just the single medicine is what you've gotten, unless somebody else wants to use any
I did
resources.
the lay on hand.
Yeah, you got the lay on hands, right?
Are you
Oh.
still down? Did you
Yeah,
get
I'm
medicine?
I haven't been medicine. I got lamp. I'm only down 7.
Right, you can do a round of medicine for anybody who wants to, plus any use of lay on hands, etc. But the champion is otherwise communing, so is not recovering focus points. Okay. So you guys spend about an hour searching around the area. You don't find anything of particular note. Most of the grounds in the surrounding area are rather swampy and soft. And in 4 months, any tracks would have been obscured. You do find that the ghouls have been very active in this area, and you see definite signs of those, but nothing as far as the beast, either pro or con. Okay.
We don't have a roll to.
One of them has to roll. I mean, I could do it better.
Where was the doctor's office? Portion to this thing.
You don't know.
I asked. Okay.
Yeah, it never asked that question. I don't think.
I asked of a basic layout of everything.
Oh, okay. Yeah. From what the guy told you, his office was upstairs. Yeah. Well, yeah. That's gone at this point.
Found it.
Very nice.
Okay. You commune for an hour. You're not getting any feedback from Phrasma. Like she doesn't like you right now.
No, horrific. things that
You
are-
were cursed. Shout out.
Well,
Is
we
that-
still got a fancy board.
Do we have it? Or does?
No,
I think we
Christmas
have it.
Road has it.
You guys never returned.
Oh, we never
We took
returned
it
it.
and
You wanna?
used it.
So this is about 2 then?
At this point, for you guys, it's maybe 10 to 10:30 or so.
Yeah.
It's still pretty early.
Who all wants to join me in a nice little planchette fun?
No,
No?
those don't do planchette.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
The priest is always up for a seance.
Yeah. Barbarian.
What's it? So it's a will save?
Yeah.
Yeah, but there's
You're
a.
fine.
I mean, really, just gives him a one.
I have to
Time
go
to
all
act
the
away.
same too, but I won't do
Yeah,
it.
it's only one.
Effective stuff.
I'm okay.
This one's kind of important. So.
It is important.
The more people that participate, the more questions they get to ask. More information they
You participate?
conceivably get.
I guess I'll participate on this one.
Come
Yeah.
on, be
Might want to pull
Let me
it
guess.
up.
Next thing you know, in the middle of the ride, someone rides back on horse. Hey, is the fighter want to participate in play chat? Oh boy!
So there's
All right, you guys,
Four of
just wait
us.
here. Don't do anything.
Would the spirit in the room be contacted to answer it, or would it
Nope.
be some?
you don't have any guarantee.
No idea what contact it.
Okay. If I have my spirit sense out, could I tell if it's a different spirit, like just from these different spirit senses, or would it
I thought
still?
your spirit sense only goes for 10 minutes.
Yes, if I cast it a second time.
Cast it a second time, you would be able to get a sense if a new spirit arrives.
Okay, I would like to do that.
This doesn't really help the court case at all. They threw out.
Well, they gave us the option to throw it out. Probably.
But now-
Is we don't know what. We might be able to find information of something hidden here and now help.
This is a different witness.
Right. And this could. And again, we
We
have to be
also-
honest about the answers we get, or not. I mean, really, it's
We
up
don't
to
have to-
whoever speaks, because I don't know who's talking.
It's up to
Probably.
them.
You know
Probably
the
me.
reason dogs like squeaky toys is because they think it's an animal squeaky.
Okay, so
Interesting fact.
am I understanding you're doing a seance in the basement? Okay.
Is that true?
Yes, they think it's an animal.
Don't do seances.
Oh.
So, questions, guys. Pull this together quick.
You have the control.
Turn it up more.
Okay, guys.
Turn it up
So,
more.
what's the? Yeah, you can figure out questions. We're rolling. It's D6. So
It's 2d6 for the first person, plus an extra d6 for each participant.
D6.
Each participant at the end gives me a willpower save based on an unknown target number, and if so, it gives you a one-time effect of a Pharasma medium curse.
So, 5d6 is correct. Right?
Well, I don't know who's
Two
before.
plus one.
And 3 more people.
I'm sorry, put the 4 on the board. I guess I don't know who it is.
Oh.
I know the priest is. She's always up for it. The champion's the one always suggesting it.
Which priest and the bard.
You're not
Okay.
doing it, barbarian.
He's standing guard. He's
Barbarian gets
standing
peer
guard.
pressured into it.
No, he doesn't want to.
No.
Oh no, he does not want to. Okay.
And so that'll be.
Barbarian's actually.
Barbarian doesn't mess with with the undead.
Yeah, your will save. Yeah.
That's the thing. Barbarians actually have a
I know I
surprisingly
have
high
a strong
roll.
will. I just think I'm gonna roll better.
Okay.
I guess if you want me to.
Yes.
I guess.
The more
Yes.
more we have,
Come on.
the more questions we get too. So
Tell me we had a dog.
When I get my natural 20 with my roll, we'll start at the end of the game and try to kill the boss.
Doge, you are alone outside.
Doge is playing with the other
so
dog.
28 total.
28. Okay. So you get 28 letters or questions. As you guys all sit down and concentrate.
Yes or no's?
Do I sense a different spirit or the same spirit?
What's your perception?
+8 plus an additional 1 because of the spell.
You sense a different spirit.
Okay.
This is not the one we want.
Okay, now keep in mind, 60% accuracy.
Right.
You guys really need to invest in a better plan board.
Oh, Drew keeps spending all the money.
I know.
I use only the money I've collected this entire game.
Druid.
That is my money I rightfully own.
Yeah, but
Is there a 100% plane check
No.
board? Oh.
what's
I think
the
the top level one's 95% accurate.
That's pretty good.
Who started the fire?
Who started the fire?
Okay.
Me.
28 Better's Law.
Sleeping from Srugendargen.
Billy Joel started the fire the whole time.
Okay. Just a sec.
No.
I gotta think out the questions too. Like yes or no.
He points at farewell.
No, what happens then is when you ask who starts the fire, the plan chessboard starts going crazy, listing down every single significant event from the Cold War up until modern era.
Works for me. Take it home.
But you sure said who started the fire at the sanctuary?
Not there. Okay. Just trying to make sure I have all the facts and details correct.
Even if the ghost doesn't know what he's talking about, it can still be right.
Okay.
Yep.
H.
Was that last one an N or a Z?
Really?
That was 11.
Each chamber.
That was 12 letters.
But does whatever that company name have a part in it?
Orc stag and have response.
Floats around, doesn't land on anything. The equivalent of unknown or maybe. Yes.
It's the fire set. The shambling man.
Same response.
Gambling man.
Who is the shambling man?
Shambling man.
Is it dwarf? How many questions do we have?
I think we have 9 now.
Is he a gnome? Is it the
Shambling man.
Same response.
maybe ask if it's where's Shambling Man from? Well, no, that's a little was there anyone in the whatever this place is? Urged you as a chief? Yeah, like a previously.
Was there a previous? It might be on page.
We don't have probably enough letters for that. Yeah, we don't know these things.
Gambling man. Right?
We got through all of them. Okay.
What would you really know?
We passed it up through it all. Oh, do we really know that the beast was born or created?
Yes.
Wars?
Medical check.
How many questions do we have?
Let's see. That was 4 letters. Five things left.
You could start for the name.
That's what
Additionally, man, because
yeah.
what else are we gonna ask?
Well, what's the significance of one company for this company?
We asked if they were.
Oh, yeah.
We can probably find that.
But do we have time to get back?
Yeah. It only takes us a half hour to get back. Not that I know that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um, so he wasn't a police.
Why?
Yeah,
The
this
metal
is
shoes.
a-
Yeah, I know. It's,
Keep in mind the accuracy
Yeah,
level.
Right. So
How about-
yes.
yeah. We asked about Brian. Is pork stack gambling man.
Who's that?
The
Pork stack is
pork stack
Brian.
is Brian. Brian was the no. It's not.
No.
Nate,
Or
Yes, but if we keep some of the testimony, we have to keep it all. So we have to act like it's 100.
yeah, we got. Four letters.
Was he born in whatever the town's called again? I don't know any.
I can't remember.
These are part of college, man.
Or when was he? Well, did he give numbers?
Oh, it is just
No, it can't.
Letters and words.
probably you're gonna want to go
Just look
first
for the
name.
name. It doesn't really matter.
Yeah, give us the spelling of the first name of the
Give you the same answer.
Did not give us I. See, yes or no.
Yeah.
Oh, 3 letters left. So, but we know that have the name for
No, he just answered yes.
Right. I said,
Yes.
can you give me the name?
Who
Right.
is the shaper?
What are
Right.
cards?
But it
Yes,
doesn't have
it can't give it.
I just said, can you give it to me?
It could have been lying.
Right. It could have been.
He could have said yes too, and you still wouldn't have the answer.
Right. I know.
That's my point.
Yeah, can you make a precision check to
just
see if
say-
the board's lying?
Just, I guess who is the
Is that a thing I can do? I can sense the spirit and stuff like that. Could I be doing like a sense motive or something like
No,
that?
no,
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 you
I
can't get that. You can't. Don't
You
get
are
that.
determining
that
if the
level of
air is
accuracy.
lying.
Yeah, you get a general sense that the thing's there. That's why you only get a +1. it's not nearly that level. There's much higher level versions of
Yeah, there's a
talking with
there's a
spirits,
heightened
etc.
version of it.
Yeah.
The first 3 letters of the shambling man.
Yes.
Maybe.
His first. Okay.
It's not unwilling to give you the answer to that question.
It counts as just the
It counts as one.
one. Okay, so we got 2 left.
What's this?
Does Carl bear responsibility for the fire?
Carl?
Okay, guys, you guys do the last one. What is it?
So we could ask, is the person on the grave robber from the first night, if he has anything to do with it?
The one that had the skin mask and all that stuff.
Because
Question.
You're driving the seance.
Oh,
What's the
okay.
question?
Is the same person who was responsible for the body parts found in Hergstag responsible for the fire here?
Back with that same answer.
No.
Now, point of clarification. Yeah, at that point it fades. Point of clarification, which given your copious notes, I'm going to hold you to. Hergstag was where the wraiths were.
Dude, that's more.
Okay.
How expensive is
I'm going to hold it to you because I know you're keeping lots of detailed notes.
Understand.
Dad, how much is the best plan check 100?
Pretty expensive.
So that is.
It's still relative. It's still semi-important.
Net overall, it still supports our case.
Yes.
Because whoever started it was born, not created, and the rest of the testimony it gave said nothing against me.
Correct. And it was done deliberately by the shambling man, but the Hergstad isn't a problem either because he pretty much proved our case with Hergstad. Are they going to combine the 3 days of testimony, or is it just for this? Okay, so we can reference that, correct?
No, the situation of Hergstag has already been resolved and functionally decided.
We're going to go back, okay.
Right.
Because I was like, they asked about Hergstad
No.
there. I wanna make sure we're-
This day's court is specifically on the charges against the attack at Sanctuary.
Gotcha. Okay. You need our will saves?
Yes, I do. Give me some will saves.
Why did you say that?
Ooh, I actually rolled well.
What did I say? Because it's
25. 25.
And you guys wonder why I didn't.
You did join it.
Yeah, you guys wonder why I didn't want to.
18.
You get a 1.
I got an 8.
An 8?
11. 19.
No, you got higher than me.
19.
I got already got
So,
a
I got a 19. And you got a what?
18.
18? 19. Okay.
So is there such
I
a
got a
ritual?
24.
Is there a ritual you can do to commune with a spirit in the actual area? Like any type of way to
Speak with
communicate?
dead.
There's a feat.
Speak
Wish.
with dead. Speak with dead, but that's a 3rd level.
Yeah, but that also
You need a body.
I think you need a body. To
There is a skill feat you can get that you can. I did it in Age of Ashes, and you can choose occultism, nature, or religion.
Yeah,
as
that's
your
just
master.
a random one though. That's not.
You
That's
still
not a
see, you
specific-
can still you can choose occultism and you can spirit.
That's a one big in. Are you going to be the one?
If I was master at occultism, I could
Spirit,
take it.
spirit one allows you to, if you take an hour to meditate, you can get it.
Okay. Is there anything else you guys wish to do here?
Can I do a occult check? to try to figure out a way to communicate with a spirit, usually.
Start giving me a roll.
Okay. That would be a 19.
19. Most common ways would be a seance with a planchette board,
Okay.
or a speak with dead would be the most widely known one.
Do we ever speak with dead scroll?
We could try to build one. It's not a.
It's at midnight.
I'm gonna go.
Don't wake that shop.
Listen, I'll go start waking up all the shops.
You're not here and you're not
Yeah.
aware.
I know, I'm kidding.
You guys all done with your devil worship?
Yeah, they are done with the seance at this point.
Then I'm gonna write down all the answers. You can decide if you use them or not.
Okay. So, was there any other investigation avenues you guys wanted to do here at the sanctuary that you guys can think of?
So the ruin, the roll taking, just the foundation? Or
Yes,
does
the
it have-
foundation and the basement.
Okay, so it doesn't have any of the walls or like ledges or whatever up top?
None
that-
of the upper level? No.
Any rooms around the basement
No. No rooms around the basement.
or the foundation?
No.
There's no other doors to get anywhere, no other.
All the doors burned away. There's, I mean, functionally, if you look at the map, yeah, I know.
Did the ghouls have anything on them?
No.
Okay.
I mean, you're welcome to look around here. You
Oh,
have
that's
functionally viewed the entire place as far as you can tell. There is an old well in the northern section. Map over here.
Is there anything in what?
No. The walkway down to the river on the east, and the foundation itself.
With the geography, would this river match up with Ergstead?
The geography of Lepidstadt is
Yes.
no. You are at you're in on the main river that goes northeast, I believe. The river Hergstad comes southeast down to Lepidstadt, where it joins up with the Moutre River and goes north.
Okay.
Leading away from Lepidstadt.
There's no living quarters or anything.
Nothing remaining. Everything that was wooden burned away, and most of the stone was heavily damaged. The only place that mostly was left intact was the basement, and that's where the ghouls were living. Or unliving. Yeah, that's where you found the other miscellaneous things and the bodies.
What was in the box?
The box had burned papers, of which they had the symbols of the chemical works that George was able to decipher. Didn't have anything else that was readable on it.
And the vial that.
You hear a ghoul in the distance.
And the vial had their symbol.
Also had their symbol, yes.
Okay.
We can go interrogate them once we get back. What we could do is we can ride back to town. It's a shopkeep to buy for us to buy a Speak with Dead. Ride back, talk to this spirit. They go from there.
Well, Speak with Dead specifically requires a physical body. You can't just speak with dead. You have to
It's like
speak
a
with the.
D&D, you need a body that's.
You have to
We
have.
could speak with one of the.
The head of the doctor.
Yeah.
I mean, you guys can do that. So that crowd's getting worked up by this point.
No, we
It could be party.
It could be. But it could be a party. You're right.
Yeah.
I mean, could have handed out drinks.
They could be having a
Let's
bonfire.
head back to town and see if you guys can find anything at Forsyth's.
Could you use your bardic lore to see if the Shambling Man is like a boogeyman title?
Could I?
Sure.
Like if it's like the beast, it's like the Shambling Man.
That's a 15. Someone wants to use a reroll.
3. I mean, I'm not physically in the area, so I don't even think I can.
Anybody can spend it if you wish. It's a out of character sort of thing. If you want to, you can. It's entirely up to you guys. Okay.
I'll spend one of them.
You spend yours.
What?
I get to take
Make
a higher
your-
result, correct?
Yes.
Okay. A little better. It's a 16.
16. Okay. Yeah.
Plus ones to that?
Unfortunately, no. You have not heard of the Shambling Man. It's not a notable enough character.
No war stories about that.
Nope.
I use Warfare Lore to see if it is a war story.
No, it is
Could
not
I-
a war story.
Potentially, could I do theater lore? And maybe the bard was the Shambling Man. Do we recall
The bard?
The bard that we found at Turkstead?
The bard that he didn't know was a bard.
Yes. You know the bard that we found at Turkstead on the side of the road?
Oh,
And
okay.
I couldn't pass any of my checks.
Give me a theater lore skill.
Maybe he went referred to as the Shambling Man. I don't know.
He doesn't shamble dance.
That's a 20 total.
Okay. You do get a sense, whether you've considered it or not, that with the proper makeup, decorations, etc., such as the face you guys found previously, it would be possible to impersonate a creature such as the beast,
Okay.
or something along those lines.
And he said he didn't have a very clear description of the beast.
A master blaster.
What?
Two enter, one leaves.
Yes, you know what I'm talking about. So, yeah, so Thunderdome.
It's the Thunderdome.
So here's the theory. Just gonna throw it out there for everybody. Sorry, I won't explain that.
What?
I won't ruin it because
It's before their time.
way before their time. So, if we had a skin mask, a large cloak with that bag, we have those as evidence. If Brian is tiny, I don't know what Vorkstag is. He's a larger human. Take a tiny gnome, put it on top of a
Yes, but,
skin face.
but neither of them did it. According to our test
Again,
reviews.
maybe it's something we need to look into because we may not want to use any of that.
Do you have any bardic lore about Borkstad?
Do I?
In other
Maybe-
But
words,
if they go to Borkstag's
you
place,
don't know though.
Mural?
I know I don't know, but I'm
That's what we're doing.
In other
That's
words,
a
you're
one.
saying it's not the beast,
Yep.
and that there's
Okay.
a rogue member of Slipknot just going around
The beast
town
was
and purging
10.
the place.
to 12 feet tall. It
That was
wasn't.
that was the description of it. He's not actually 10 to 12 feet tall. He was like 8 to 10.
Yeah, he's big. Large. But a lot of these first-hand witnesses are biased or less than reliable.
It's a
Okay.
description. This was a description that I wrote, not a
I know,
not
I
him.
know.
I don't think you can be biased in death, can you?
Yes, you can.
Oh wait, yeah, that's
Because, well, especially, well, the planchette is only 60%. The spirit you contact may be actively trying to deceive you. You don't know what it is that you've contacted. Now, if you speak with dead in concept, the spirit can only tell you what it knew when it was alive. It doesn't become all-knowing.
oh.
Only had one.
That's why I want to use that testimony, because it proves that with that witness, that he couldn't have done it because he's born.
So, some of us go to Vorkstag when we get back to town. Are you going to do the dead thing? Are you going to try to drive back? I scroll and right all the way back?
Unless you need my diplomatic abilities or the other place.
Probably need to one.
You may still, you might end up.
we don't know what they're doing.
Right. Well, I mean, I'm just saying, yeah, it's a possibility.
I think we should probably.
You're gonna need diplomacy to control that.
Exactly.
You just be a jerk, right?
Just right.
I'm just gonna be annoying. La 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 la.
I bought rockets. I was gonna get in there one way or another.
Well, did we investigate everywhere around the ruined area?
You guys spent an hour walking around the ruins, searching the ground.
Did we
Several of you did.
did we investigate the water at all?
Yes.
Didn't know the water dog needed to go there and investigate.
I'm assuming, given his abilities, he probably did.
Okay.
But do some people want to go to the jail? You can't.
Yeah, I'm not saying that.
You're gonna do that.
I'm in the court. I could go to jail.
Well, yeah, you're already there. I'm talking about like a group of us. Do we want to split up again?
Three-way split up
Why
again.
not?
Okay. Just for your information, a third level scroll, assuming that's what Speak with Dead is 30 gold. Typical
Okay.
price. Okay. Relatively low.
Not hard, got it hard.
30 flat. I used all my gold.
Okay. So you guys done here? Heading back to town?
Yeah.
Okay. So it is approximately 11 p.m. by the time you guys get back. You arrive back in the center of town, sort of getting a sense of where the group is. You can see the crowd is agitated, worked up, but somehow the warrior standing up on the platform is able to keep their holding. You come in as he's telling them great war stories and keeping them distracted and so forth. You're not real. The short time you've known him, you're surprised he's able to pull it off, but somehow he's connecting with them. Okay, i.e., they literally just made that check. Okay, now the two of them nowhere to be seen. They don't have any clue where they are. You can check in with them if you wish, or continue on doing whatever else you want. There is a time difference here, but we'll sync that up depending on the actions and so forth. So, like I said, it's about 11 p.m. at this point for everybody other than the wizard and druid.
Oh yeah, it's
Yeah, for you guys.
With the court,
You're currently waking up some poor guy.
yeah.
would the court have a for testimonies and different stuff like that, magical testimonies? Would they have Speak with Dead scrolls?
No.
No? Okay. Right.
Just do it for free. Does somebody want to stay and assist the warrior? He's doing a great job, but right, we don't know how long you can keep that up. I don't know where you're
Yeah,
at.
you're there. You see the group come up. You're able to communicate with him outside, and then those of you that are authorized are able to go in and talk with the lawyer.
Maybe they're all fans of Valeros, and that's why. Just like,
You guys can regroup and or dispatch people to whatever tasks you wish.
So it's a chemical plant?
Yes, chemical factory.
Is it in town?
Yes.
Do we know if the people with like Volkstag and Grime, would they be there or would they be at the respective?
You don't know.
We have the right
Part
to
of
do the
what?
investigation
I already
to the
tried
best
that.
of our ability, correct?
As long as you don't break any laws or cause any damage, yes.
Right, no, it's going into the buildings that we need to go into, probably.
Well, it
If
depends.
it's locked up and closed.
If you're breaking and entering, that's illegal. If it's an open shop or the owner lets you in, that's fine. You don't have the ability to trespass or cause damage or cause
We
injury.
can get a warrant.
Get the town guard to unlock it for us.
That's potentially possible, although they're very occupied right now. There is no town guard per se to occupy.
All the time.
Okay.
Just change your
the town guard.
Now, the defense lawyer, you got. I'm assuming you're sharing what information you found,
Yeah,
etc.
yeah.
He's comparing it. He says Vorkstag. I don't know. I don't know where you guys are going with that, but be careful. Master Vorkstag, he has a great many friends in high places. He's quite a noble person. Whenever there's been talk about minor trouble and his name comes up, somebody always steps in and interferes. So
Who steps in and interferes?
the nobility. Yeah. So if you guys go there, make sure you're definitive before you accuse them of anything. That could be very detrimental for the case or for yourselves. Yeah, he has friends in very high places.
Does he know anything about grinds?
No, don't normally see Grind. I mean, I know he's a shorter fellow. That's about it. Vorkstag is really the face of the company.
Is Vorkstag a large person? Is he human, or is he a different race? Half giant?
He's a gnome.
Good question.
15 gnomes.
Yeah.
The guy at the place told us he was like a dwarf, but I don't know how that.
We need
Right.
to break in somewhere.
Yeah, he's human.
Not part of anything. We need to break into somewhere.
Oh, it's subcommittee breaking. Even if we.
But,
Can
Well,
you describe
but
what it looks like? We know it.
Yeah, he gives you a description.
He's tall.
Place of residence.
He always talks to him at the chemical works.
is the chemical works 24-hour operation usually still working at night?
There's always smoke coming from it. Yeah.
Okay. Lawfully standing outside without loitering.
Or we could just knock and ask them to take a tour.
Couldn't we, like,
If they're still working,
question board stuff?
I'm sure with some money we can get an official tour of the place. Can we get a warrant? Do we have enough probable cause?
I don't think we do.
We have a
Something
jar
else.
bleach. Let us in.
Because a magical board told us.
Of course they do.
Yeah, it's lost. We need to put it back.
Yeah. According to the lawyer, there's smoke from the chimney never stops. They're always operating, but he's never seen any workers go in.
Okay. Yeah, I'd like to go.
From his understanding, Vorstag and Grind both live on the premises.
Oh. So, how was your diplomacy? Oh, no.
No.
Nice.
5-4.
4.
Okay.
Yeah, decent.
So you want to stay and assist the warrior in keeping the crowd calm?
Yeah, that's fine.
He's doing a good job, but
Well, he actually,
does he have a much better?
Does he have a skill now?
yeah, he actually has developed a skill over the last 30 minutes.
Okay.
He's digging it.
He's been
got
practicing.
this. Yeah.
I guess that leveled up my skill almost immediately.
Okay.
Nice.
And
A level 4 fighter that had level 1 skills.
And I somehow managed to pull
No,
it
those
off.
aren't even level 1 skills.
Are you coming to Vortex?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, I can go. Would we have
What's he
picked up
thinking?
the
I
head
could probably
potentially
hold
so
off
we can speak
longer.
with Ed?
Leave that up to you and
Okay.
whoever, because removing
I
bodies
can't
is not
actually-
a good
Okay,
idea for
if
me.
you would have been against it, I probably would
I
have.
would have been against
Okay.
it. Absolutely against it.
He's already on
I
the
can't
edge.
even talk to my God.
Well, I guess I'm on my own then. Dad says he can't help
You'll
me.
be fine.
I'm not,
Come on with us then.
because I'm not signed in, so.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
Okay.
you can't. Yeah, you can't.
But if your diplomacy's good, you could do it from the crowd.
Right, you could do
Like,
that.
You could be like, no, guys, come on. Let's keep peaceful. We want to.
Let's go
Me and Keith went through
Let's
so
go to
much.
sleep. Let's lay down.
Let's go get a beer.
Somebody give me fleas.
So much effort
Bless
on that information.
I think I have the plague. Proceeds to start coughing.
The one step we went.
We had like an entire
No,
six-step equation.
Well, keep in mind, your investigation helps affect and bias their investigation. Just by having this information, they wouldn't necessarily do anything. Especially knowing that this guy has a lot of influence. Okay.
Basically
So,
the Al Capone.
Is your guys' plan then to go talk to Vorstag or Grind?
Yes.
Okay.
To go ask them questions. For business with them.
Okay, so which of you are going and which of you are staying at the courthouse?
We're still.
I understand.
What time
I was
frame is it?
asking.
It'll be, it depends.
Like
who's the-
right now. Like
sometime-ish, midnight
What-
or so?
would some late night stores still be open?
No,
Okay.
no.
Never mind.
Past 11, everything's going to be closed regardless. Unless you are a crazy druid banging on your window.
We don't have that good yet.
Okay.
Good.
Now, they'll generally open around 6 or 7 in the morning if there's something you want to do then.
Yeah, I was just thinking about getting fancier clothes.
Okay, yeah, that's not going to help you right now.
Yeah.
Okay. So, are you staying at the courthouse?
What you guys want me to do? I have good diplomacy.
Well, I thought the warrior has a good diplomacy now, too.
It does.
Yeah.
If he's
But
got a good-
conceivably,
he can help
you may need a good warrior also. Okay. I.e., it's up to you guys. You can either work together and resolve the courthouse thing, try to defuse the mob, or split up.
It's only 11, right?
Yes. You got some time.
Maybe we can get them to protest somewhere else. Like we just happen to like make a parade or something like that instead.
You're gonna be the
Okay.
Pied Piper.
Yeah, so
We never found that flute, sadly.
Lead them out into the swamp where the ghouls get.
have a little whisper time away from the crowd.
Okay.
Specific details. So a little whisper time. You guys can convince them, but please move to another area. They may go somewhere else.
You could convince them, and this is away from the crowd, that the beast was something with the beast at the factory.
We don't want them.
Maybe a distraction. We can go in the back.
There's absolutely nothing to the story. We just destroyed the whole business. Great.
The chemical works as a complete red herring. We've just destroyed somebody's livelihood.
Are you sure you have enough people?
And everybody has been
enough
bleached.
people up there now?
Everyone has white hair in the town.
I feel like that.
Bleach.
I heard rumors that the beast was at the factory. Nice. Just check.
So yeah, if you guys want to try that, and we'll kind of like
So you
Towards
want
the
us to-
factory?
and
Elsewhere.
just elsewhere,
Okay.
and then what we'll do is we'll act like we're reinforcing the front, like trying to, and you can be like, "There's no way they got like that."
Okay, so you're going to try to convince the crowd that the beast has secretly been moved somewhere else? Where are you throwing out?
Is there farmland outside of town? The beast,
The beast was secretly moved outside of town and put on a farm?
not farm. I'm talking about
He's inside this
I'm
giant.
talking about like a
cage area
barn or
that you
something
all
like
should
that,
go
where it
inside.
conceivably could have been moved, like
Okay.
a safe
Totally
house.
not trapping you in there for the time being.
He might have been put in a safe house somewhere in town. Sure. A farm outside of town wouldn't be secure regardless. That it'd be more of a stretch.
Okay, it would be more of a
Okay.
stretch. Okay.
And admittedly, it's a stretch already because you got this big beast and the crowd's been here nonstop.
There's no other exit.
Yeah.
that of the commonplace know of.
Right.
I could spin a story.
You can, but it's the further you stretch reality,
Right.
the harder the challenge is going to be. Okay, not to say you can't do it because you're a bard and you got a big group of people out in the mob and everything. You guys tell me what sort of plausible story you want to do.
Wouldn't it be easier
holding
just to
him in.
lie to them and tell them that the defense is already going to be folding the parties? Just is going down.
Or could you just try to calm them and then
Why don't
go
we say
home?
that Voldstat's the beast?
You could
or
just try to
whatever.
do diplomacy, calm them, make them go home.
Yeah, I don't think that's gonna
Just
work.
say, or you could convince them to go to the tavern.
They're holding him on a ship in the harbor.
This
they
one.
knew that he couldn't swim, and they thought the best thing to do was
That one actually sounds quite logical.
And
The problem is, then we're gonna have the Boston Tea Party with people throwing plates over the ship.
That's a harbor.
And the ship's in the water.
Most of the peasants don't know how to swim either.
We know that. We know that. But so if it's a ship in the harbor, not docks, it's in the harbor, they got to try to get to it. So trying to think of something that
Yes.
gives us enough time to morning,
Yes.
and at least even if some people stay.
Okay, so is that what you're going to try to do?
Yes.
Okay.
And I would like to use my performance to try to portray how they dragged them off and stuff like that. Like how secretly they were, how they stuff like that. It's the performance check to make an impression on the
To
crowd.
enhance your diplomacy? Okay. So, mechanically, what I'll need, you can make your performance check to enhance your diplomacy, then a diplomacy check. Okay? Everybody else who wishes to assist rolls. You need a DC 20. If you succeed, you add 2. If you fail, you subtract 2.
It's an assistance in performance.
No, it's in diplomacy.
Let's see.
Okay.
But you told the guards so they don't think that didn't happen.
No, guards are not a factor.
But if you fail, it's a
If you fail, it's a negative 2.
I
Okay.
think that'll be.
So
I should be able to.
your guys' call. Your performance, if successful, same target number gives you a +2. The net effect of your diplomacy at the very end is what determines whether or not you sway the crowd.
I have feats I can use my performance to diplomacy. That's what I was kind of getting at.
Right, I understand that.
Okay.
Don't roll your performance, and whoever else wants to roll their diplomacy, you can make your roll.
I should roll my -1.
That is a 27 on the performance.
Okay.
26.
Okay.
So that's a +4.
Performance is +5.
You know, you do diplomacy.
23.
Diplomacy.
23. Okay, so you got +6 so far,
6.
19.
+4 so far. Anybody else want to chip in, try to convince the crowd?
I'm tired.
You haven't been up all night. You've been sustaining yourself with artificial magic.
We're not deceiving them. We're giving them a grand story.
Okay, so right now you have a net +4.
Okay.
Okay, I don't hear anybody else wanting to chime in as far as the diplomacy.
Okay.
You make a diplomacy roll with a +4.
I'm going to cast guidance on myself to make it +5.
Okay. You enhance it with magic.
You talk yourself up. Yeah, we got this. We got this.
That's a natural 20, so 35.
Okay. So, you guys spend another 30 minutes, give or take, talking with the crowd, distracting them. A couple of your companions go through the crowd. Notice the warrior is being sort of counterproductive at times. But regardless, between your bardic ability, your natural performance, your speaking ability, and a few special effects from magic, you were able to convince them that in the middle of the day, amongst the crowd, they managed to sneak away a 10-foot tall golem without anybody being aware of it across town and stick him on a boat in the harbor.
Congratulations.
Fairly quickly, the crowd sort of starts to disperse. People start saying, "To the harbor!" Some people start saying, "It's late, I'm going home," etc. But over the course of the next hour or so, the crowd gradually disappears and spreads out.
It
Okay.
disappears at the harbor.
Yeah. There are a few at the harbor, but given that the boat is quite a ways out and they don't have a whole lot of opportunity there, they are otherwise quiet, and for the most part, the town is now focused on tomorrow's testimony and the fact the beast will be dead the following day. Okay. So the crowd has been summarily dispersed.
Well done.
Okay. At that point, you guys are all free to do whatever you wish. It is 12:30-ish.
So are we almost on our back then?
I don't know. The last you saw was the streets near you were very busy with people going strangely away from the courthouse. You're not sure where they were going, but there was a lot of them going there.
We were just too busy.
Yeah, you were otherwise arguing, waking people up.
Yeah.
So, what do you guys want to do? Factory.
Factory.
Okay, or are you gonna wait till morning and get some sleep?
I'm gonna get some sleep.
Okay, sure.
Or what? you don't want me to be fatigued the next morning, do you?
Focus for the week.
You won't be fatigued at this point, and at the court during the court, you can sleep during the proceedings.
Oh, okay. I'll do that.
Yeah, I'll need a smack of regeneration. So I know. So just so I'm not fatigued.
That's a restoration.
A restoration.
Yeah, regeneration.
Oh, okay.
I have not
slept and I've lost my arm.
Okay.
Presenting the court case, George.
So, you guys head over to the chemical works, get some basic directions, etc. Along the way, you down a side street, you spot the druid and wizard getting kicked out of a shop with a fairly angry guy. There's several town guards over there, and they're yelling at the guy to leave them alone and go away. The other two are like hastily leaving. They have the surgical tools in their hands, and apparently there is some scuffle between the town guard, one of the merchants, and the two of them that the town guard are otherwise dispatching at this point. You guys are just about ready to head down to the chemical shop when you see the rest of the group who have coincidentally happened to meet up with you.
Hey, we figured it out, guys. We know who the medical tools belong to.
We have bleach.
Now don't start that again because the shopkeeper still wants them.
That sounds quite familiar. What are you talking about?
There's bleach.
How do you wait?
Okay, Borgstags is down here in the southeast of the city.
You guys know about Fort Stag. That was my mission. This is my mission.
Bleach has been behind it the whole time.
All the way to the bottom right.
I spent 8 hours of my time talking about tools just to be told you already figured it out.
But we figured.
Southeast corner of the city. Right there. Right where your mouse is.
Still
Nope.
Pickled bleach.
Go south far.
Okay. The tree.
Right, well, it's right next to the tree, but yeah. Okay. So you guys are heading to the chemical works, and everybody is here. I'm assuming.
I think so. Except Andy.
Andy's there. He's given up. He's gone to
He
sleep.
decided to go down to the docks too. We were just that crazy.
Who has light?
I have low light vision.
I have shiny enemies.
And Arya's had it earlier. Are you going to keep the light on him?
No, why don't you cast on the
Champions already has one on.
You got another one? Who do you want to cast it on?
You already had it on Arias.
Right?
I have dark vision, so
Yeah, he doesn't necessarily
you
keep
could
the light.
cast it on. Ben, do you have?
I have low light.
Yeah, so cast it on.
Yeah, cast on it.
So Andy, we proceed to roll a natural 20.
Yes. I mean, it was a missed opportunity. They could have just dismissed the whole case at that point. Beast is free.
Come on, we all know the beast is fine.
Yeah.
He's fine.
Okay. Let's see.
You could have just turned the mob against themselves if they're like, the beast is innocent, and then have them protest innocence.
Okay. You guys approach the chemical works. It is a large square building. There is a fenced-in, gated-in front area. The iron rungs of which go up 2 stories to the top of the building. Inside is a large cart. There is a pair of gates on the southern side, on this side of the board. At the far side, there is a iron chain connected to a very large guard dog. Think mastiff size type thing. laying there, just sort of drooling on the ground, etc., in the gloom. From up above on the far back side of the building, there's several smokestacks, black smoke billowing into the night sky. It is approximately 12:30 at this point.
Is the gate closed?
Gates are closed. There's a sign on the thing in wrought iron labeling it as Workstock and Grinds Chemical Works. The gates, yes.
What we're about to do is very illegal. Not a big
It
information.
depends.
What?
I was just thinking we were gonna knock on the gate.
The dog is already like looking up at you guys.
How about you send the bird, see what the bird sees, and then we'll go.
Did we meet up with them? Is that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, we're all here.
Yeah, you met up with them as the guard was separating them from the shopkeeper who wanted his tools back.
And now you have more tools. You're like, hey man.
I can talk to the dogs,
Oh, did you
and
want
then I
us to
can
know about
try and make the dogs our friend.
It's a dog, right?
A single dog. Give me a perception check.
A single dog,
Two? Okay.
14.
Okay.
but you see a pile of rubber and you can hear tiny dog voices.
Hey, good.
I'm gonna. Should I try and make the dog our friend?
Let's just send the bird first.
Yeah. Let's do some recon. We got
All right.
time.
Hey, good.
Okay.
Those are some very fancy.
So
I got
first off, you can't see them; they're not out. Okay. So from I'm just going to move one of the figures just to give you a general perimeter of the place.
I should probably zoom out.
There was way more than one dog in there. There's something in there.
It flies around. Like I said, the place is two-story. I have it broken out as far as maps and everything. There is on the eastern side a couple of towers, or a tower that goes up above it, goes up several more stories. Looking around, there are numerous windows at different levels. It comes flying around, eventually landing back with you guys.
I saw quite a few guard dogs in that place.
Probably not all dogs.
Okay. Now, what level of communication does the bird have with you? So
It doesn't speak.
It doesn't speak, right, but it can share complete thoughts and information and everything? Okay. So according to it, the place is occupied. There are people inside. They seem strange. They look unusual. Doesn't really give you a good description beyond that. Predominantly, what it's saying, at least from what it saw through the windows, is everything on the north is mainly the factory and loading bays, etc., for everything. And there's quite a few people working in the factory.
What to do?
The upper floor is more living quarters and offices. Okay.
People inside.
You walk around the building. There's no other entrances other than from the front area. Right in the front area here, there is, let's see, there is a door here, a pair of doors here that lead into like a storage area or loading area, and that's it.
Single door have like do either of the doors have labels on them?
No. What's that? Okay, there's a window to your right on the southern face, and one on the left. There's a couple on the left at least. Okay.
Ground level?
Yes. Okay. Okay, so the priest heads off to the west or the north there. Heading up. Okay. They both have dark vision, so you can select either one of them. That's what they say.
They look like goblin.
That's exactly what they are.
Goblin pig things.
And bear pig.
You can see through the grime and dirt and everything on the window. You can go right up to the window. It's basically chest height. Inside are several large cauldrons. A cauldron is really the right term, but they're about maybe 20 feet across, filled with various colored liquids, all bubbling, boiling, etc. Some sort of chemicals. There are medium-sized humanoids of an unknown race. They don't appear to be human or goblin or anything like that. They are actively working, stirring, adding materials, etc., to the mixtures. There's a set of planks that go from the top of the vats around, and they descend a good 15 feet down into a sublevel with the entire room. So the entire place is 15 feet below, up to your level, and then above that, another 10 or 15 feet up, is a walkway along the southern edge. If you do from here, you can see a walkway approximately here. If that shows up, okay, where at the second floor that leads into other doors and other areas. From the smell of the area, it smells very caustic. The wind tends to blow it out over the river where it doesn't affect anybody, but the smoke and the smell in the area is sort of irritating to your nose.
Does it remind us of the ghouls?
No.
Is there stories about this type of cost here in the Bardic War?
No.
Any stories about the
You guys conclude it's the processing of chemicals. It's a chemical factory. They're making bleach and equivalent, all of which are very, very caustic and would be irritating to your nose and senses and so forth.
Are we gonna knock or are we gonna bust
Let's
it?
just not.
I'll walk back and shoot.
Okay.
The whole group or sneaky? Why the rest?
I can do sneaky.
Full distraction. What do
Or
we
you
want to
should
do?
try to
Is
sell
there other
something
houses
to them.
nearby?
There are other businesses nearby. They are all closed
Oh yes.
and not
right.
operational
Is
right
it
now.
normal to have weird races stirring chemicals inside the place?
I don't know. You tell
It's
me.
probably like slave
I mean, to
labor or
me,
something.
As a human, that sounds weird, but as a dog, I'm thinking,
You're a talking dog that knows martial arts. Is that weird?
I think we should wait till morning or oh.
Can't.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that.
Why don't we just knock
You can wait till morning.
and ask them?
Had the lawyer told us any way to contact these people? Like how people
He
don't like
advised you guys don't, unless you're absolutely certain that these guys have some fault or whatever. He's concerned that if you start involving them without true cause, powerful people in the government will come back and will step in.
I asked the dog if he knows any secret ins or outs.
Yes, you could ask your dog some facts about the place, like how people normally get in.
this dog's not barking or anything.
It's, as far as you can tell, it's just sitting there watching you.
That's a
I
weird
have
dog, too.
invisibility.
Good dog.
Invisibility?
Dog.
Probably
Is there
just
somebody
trained.
that would want to go in to That way we could all go.
I think maybe try to talk to the dog and see what the dog knows. And dog might not like kind of nature.
Really wouldn't like me.
We can give the dog.
I can turn into a dog.
But if she's got a couple of people
I'll
that
turn into a
could
dog.
be invisible, they can go in
If I-
without anybody else.
What
Yeah,
if,
turn into
if
a
I
dog.
if I use pest form, can I turn into a dog?
It's animal form.
Animal form is a dog. Pest
Wow.
form is
What
like a
about-
beetle or a rat.
Then can I turn into a dog and then communicate with the dog?
If you have animal form,
I
yes.
do have it.
So are we gonna
Should
go
I
in
talk
sneaky
with
is
it?
what I'm saying?
You have
Well,
speak
some my thing is, she said that she's got invisibility. Not all of us need to go. I can't go sneak. Even if I'm invisible, I won't make noise.
So why don't
Can
me and you
Is some of the
go
windows, like I'm not
somewhere-
talking about that window, but like the other window, like a latch
in
window,
the
or is
shadows
it just a solid
and wait
plate
for
of glass?
somebody to call
They're
some distraction,
heavy
see if they can
metal.
actually let us in.
Most of the factory appears to be a very strong, sturdy stone. The entire thing is stone construction, plus wrought iron, at least for the gate area around here. All the windows are heavy iron and barred glass, plus thick panes of glass. It doesn't look like it's easy to open or anything like that. They're not windows that just open whenever you want.
Yeah.
Like I personally
fortress.
could totally bypass the factories for all the work.
Well, my thing
And if we could
is,
just get into the living quarters.
yes,
Where did you
but
say
if
the
if we
towers
don't
were?
if
On
we
the
get
eastern
in here
side,
illegally,
there's a tower
we
that
cannot
reaches a
use
couple
any
of
of the
floors higher.
evidence.
Oh, I was
You're
thinking
right,
there was
but we
two.
might find something that would help us. Not necessarily something we take,
Right about
but
here.
information that we get.
Over
If we
there?
see more things, that
Yeah,
way
but
we.
they're probably gonna ask
we
how
go-
did you get these confidential papers?
Yeah.
No, we aren't taking anything. I'm saying,
Well, how did you come to this information? That's the thing.
That could be illegal. That,
It-
how you get it.
You can't
could be
use
illegal.
it.
right, no, I'm not talking about in the court
Like,
case, I'm talking about a reason
like, on
to
the
go
other
into
Map,
with
like
full
the other
force.
side.
You mean we
Police
need,
and ourselves.
we need a search
Like-
warrant.
Yeah,
Right over
there were.
there.
Those were different levels
But
of the
even
same
then,
tower.
we cannot do that because we won't be able to get the warrant with
Well,
it.
say
because
we
we
With
got
my
to
map, I
get
have
the
each
Just be like,
floor
oh, well, the door was
designated
unlocked.
separately.
We found these in the actual, we didn't find them inside their building, found them in what remains of the sanctuary.
We need to see something suspicious from the outside of the building, and then that be probable cause to search.
I'd have
I mean,
to Drew
I
not-
could
see what
probably
they do with
just
the dog
climb the
and go
building
from there.
and get into the
Huh?
Should I
tower.
talk with it? Like, should I
Like,
use
is the
animal
tower
form?
like
Or
just
should I
have
use speak
rail?
with it?
Like, is
Yeah,
the
or both
tower
level
on
twos.
top
Both
of
level
the
twos?
building? And just have rails going
I'd
like a
speak with
square
it, maybe.
thing?
Let's speak with animals so then you can talk about
I'm
us.
sorry.
Yes.
What were
Like-
you saying?
Tower on top of the building. Is it just like a straight up tower with
Yes.
rails around the
No rails. It's a tower with windows that goes up 2 stories above the main building, and then has a roof.
They probably already know we're here. I mean,
You know,
We
why
could just-
would they want to come over in the middle? 12:30 at night.
well, if they have a tower, it's probably a watchtower.
No, it's not a watchtower. It's a sealed tower. It's just you have a 2-story building, and then on one side you have a small section, 15 feet or so square, that goes up 2 more floors.
It's probably where they live.
We can always just knock.
So it's a small
Well,
tower.
and talk to the dog first to see what
Yeah.
they're trying, but you better
Yeah.
give us some questions though.
Where do they live?
Now, when he's talking with
Are
the
they
dog, can we
already
talk to
there?
him and debate questions with him? And he talk to the
For the length of the spell, sure.
Unless he's in dog form. You're just doing.
Yeah.
If he's in dog form, you're gonna have to talk dog.
Hey, we have Doge.
I mean, he could conceivably understand you, but you won't be able to understand him. Doge might be able to talk to him.
Actually, it's not, there's
No.
not a thing that allows me to talk to dogs.
No, you're not actually a dog. You're
No,
just
I
dog
just
based.
look like a dog.
Shooting is not the same.
I'll use speak with animal.
Okay.
So I'm gonna ask it.
Okay. So you're gonna head up to the gate or the fence.
While they're
Yeah,
doing
slowly and like very calmly. That way it doesn't alert.
Okay. Give me an animal handling check first.
Would that be
Nature.
20.
Okay. Give me a perception check. You cast animal. Speak with animal.
Yeah, I got a 32, 31,
Speak with animal. How long does it last?
10 minutes.
10 minutes. Okay. So you step up. The dog sort of turns and looks at you as you walk up to the gate. The moment you reach the gate, it jumps to its feet, and the chain is like a heavy iron chain, not a simple thing by any means. The animal looks unusual. The front of it and its front legs are obviously bulldog. The hind legs are more greyhound. And the head looks like that of like a mastiff. And in the gloom and the light and everything, you can see it looks like it's different dogs stitched together.
Is this a goblin dog?
It's at the edge of the chain, and it's obviously glaring at you. You can tell from your nature knowledge that as a dog, it looks like it's on the defensive to protect the place. Okay, but it doesn't. It definitely doesn't appear to be a natural creature by any means.
Okay. So I can't talk to it. Speak to animal. I'm gonna try to speak to it as a dog.
Okay.
I'm gonna ask it.
You start growling and barking at it.
Why are you chained up?
Go away.
Are you willing to talk to me? I can
go away.
I can make you a deal. Do you want to be free?
Go away.
It's a dog.
Do you want some food?
It just stares at you.
What if I was to find a way to get you out of here?
Okay, give me a perception check. 15. It doesn't seem to have that level of intelligence. It understands you. It's whatever you say or do, it just keeps repeating the same sort of thing.
So it's like
Sounds like the beast.
it's like the beast but in dog form.
I have a whole theory that I think this factory is the same place to be. Can I just I'm gonna pull out a little bit of food then and throw it to him and then go back. Well,
Okay. You toss some food out to it, biscuit or something. Lands on the ground near it. It completely ignores and just keeps staring at you.
There he is.
Guys,
it's just saying go. It's like a zombie dog. It's just a bunch of other dogs sewed up.
can this dog be used as probable cause to go to the government and say, hey, we have suspicions of this place being linked to
Just to
Give me a arcane roll or occult.
Natural 20.
Okay. Yes, it definitely appears to be a golem, which in itself is not unusual. It's just a piece of equipment.
that's nothing illegal. In
It's
this time
nothing
frame.
illegal. I mean, probably shady,
Yeah.
but definitely not illegal. It's no more so than casting a spell of alarm on your door, or explosive runes to protect your spellbook. Yeah, it's potentially dangerous if somebody steals your book. At the same point, you're just protecting your property. It has no a golem by its nature has no intelligence. It's purely a robot. It does what it's instructed to do.
So why are we putting the golem, if that beast is a golem, why is it on trial if it's not even a person?
Intelligence. You just think it keeps there.
Right.
We see it.
So there's something that's ordering it to do whatever. So even if it is guilty, it's
Can I have a
been
look
ordered
at
to do
it?
Possibly by the
When
owner
it's
of this
created,
thing.
and can I see similarities from
something?
how we've seen the beast and
Does
this?
someone want to go
like
to the
similar
windows and
crafting
make sure
of it?
the goblin unknown
give me an occult roll.
species isn't coming over to the door and doing it?
They're probably just standing still, just like the dog is.
Okay. I mean, it looks like it's been crafted in similar style. I mean, or similar approach because it's a golem. The beast obviously has that aspect.
Yeah.
This seems quite a bit cruder.
Okay.
much more simple as far as construction. Okay, where the beast, I mean, it's still a monster. It's still a combination of different things. The craftsmanship of the beast was much more fine and detailed compared to this. Basically, just looks like a crude thing. Consider this like a wooden mallet versus the beast is a fine sledgehammer type thing. Yeah, they both functionally do the same thing, but there's a different level of skill involved in it.
What? If I'm on the court team, the defense team, am I able to basically just testify and say that if the beast was constructed, which he obviously is, he's a flesh golem that was constructed like very detailed. If he was constructed, then he himself doesn't really know right from wrong in the first place if he was given the order to do something since he was constructed. Couldn't you basically just say then that means that someone else is guilty of the crime if he made the beast do something?
If that's the approach you want to take.
We've discredited that because we've said, well, the beast has emotions, it's crying. That was the major point we found, that it's crying, so that shows it has emotions and it's not a simple
It
construct.
has basic intelligence. On for
Killing someone doing shady things created it.
Oh, absolutely.
Can I go up to the windows and observe the
Creatures?
Do they have the same type of sticking? Do they seem like
No.
together?
No.
They seem like just an odd race.
They seem more mutations and effectively more mutant than anything else.
Do all of them
They do not appear to be stitched.
do they seem similar, or do they all mutate in their own way?
They're all independent. They do have some similar aspects, but they are all sort of this mismatch of different things. Give me a society roll.
How many bodies were in the sanctuary area?
The sanctuary, you got a couple dozen.
And with talking to the previous person, I did ask how many that they had. How does that match up?
Pretty close.
Pretty close.
Yeah.
Okay.
19.
19? Okay, yeah, that's all. You don't recognize them as far as what they are. Right?
Could I do a bardic war?
Sure.
Do they shamble?
They do not.
Natural 20, so 28.
You have heard of creatures in the past referred to as mongrel men, which is sort of a slang or derogatory term for them. Creatures who suffer from mutation or aberrations or whatever. Frequently in the past, you've heard stories of groups of them, whether they're lepers or other mutations or whatever. They get ostracized from society. And there have been stories of travelers out in the wilderness or in caves or whatever encountering tribes of these things. And that they sort of match up with that sort of description.
And the other place that we went to, that was mongrels too, basically.
In the
The
sanctuary.
asylum, yeah, there were people that had mutations, deformities, etc., which absolutely, yeah, would line up with that.
That was all the reason the sanctuary was because the doctor's uncle had a mutation and was brutally slaughtered.
Yes.
And he wanted to make a safe place for it.
Correct.
Be like that place. In the 80s.
So is it more like a separate creature, or is it just like slang for people with different mutations?
Not sure.
I think I have a theory on what's going on here. So I just
people have lots of theories.
Yeah. So what's going on here is this is a factory, obviously. The guy who's owning this factory wants to make money. If he can offer this place as a sanctuary 24/7 in return for making them be worked half to death almost, and do all this work without paying them and just offering this place as sanctuary as payment, that would make a bunch of sense profit-wise, and therefore he would have motives to burn down a place like the sanctuary where they could go instead without having to work.
We want to knock on the door. I mean,
Yes.
because we could wait until we could wait.
It doesn't matter. This is still early. And right now, I prefer to wait. Get him off guard. He's not expecting.
To
What's the plan?
the invisibility route
Well,
to just
Or we
People
just break
just
in,
get reaction.
see what's in there. Who cares?
well, we can't use any of the information.
Yeah, that's
all
not
good.
probable cause. Well, this stuff is probable cause, but we need to actually go to the court and be like, hey, is it okay if we search this place?
We break in and find anything.
They're not gonna give us.
right and
That's
we,
too-
Well, we don't know if they're going to give us search warrant.
it won't because prosecute.
That he's
That
Up there.
he's
Yeah.
untouchable.
He's
right
the
with
one
the
that-
higher
yeah,
up.
Yeah, there, someone's gonna step in and be like, "Yeah, no, I'm not giving you a search warrant." That's just
Why don't we try to knock on the door and see where it goes?
Well,
All right.
we
let's knock on the door.
can talk to the court lady that wants a fair trial. Obviously, she wants to keep it fair. Talk to her. Would she have the power of giving out a warrant?
She's a judge.
Yes.
But
Like
Since-
all three judges have to agree, though. Prosecute, right?
For the trial, it's a decision by all three judges. As far as investigation, you have to give her probable cause. So if you're going to go to the judge, think about what your probable cause is.
Is mutated people inside a
With-
factory?
Yeah, it's not illegal.
That's
My-
not illegal.
Yeah.
Okay. And she is a judge in the trial, so she has no interest in listening to anything that's particular to the case. That's to be
Right.
presented in the thing.
So
Okay.
then this would have to be.
She does not want to hear testimony. You start with that, she's going to kick you right out. Okay, so you have to have some other reason why you think it's warranted to break into private property, or per Doge, just do it anyways. That's up to you guys.
I'm not part of the thing, so.
Are there mandatory work
I'm honestly
hours?
fine
We
just
can-
breaking in.
Like,
I am
are there
honestly
work
fine.
hours and stuff like that?
According to the defense lawyer, when he talked to you, he's never seen, he doesn't know anytime there's a shift. The workers don't seem to come and go.
So if they're being kept in there, couldn't we have that be because we believe they're having unfair work treatment?
No, nobody cares about the mongrel man.
Yeah, keep in mind, this is the Middle Ages. There's
You
Mongol
have
men.
slaves.
Yeah, slaves are entirely a distinct possibility. Again, it's frowned upon, but not directly against this country. Work conditions and fair pay is not a thing.
Okay, so we need to look
Let's
for
go
something
with-
on the outside if we want to do this legally. We'd have to look for anything on the outside that could be
Would knock on the
probable
gate.
cause or incriminating.
Okay, you go to knock on the gate. As soon as you touch it, the dog immediately lunges forward to here
There's our problem.
before the chain stops,
Okay.
and it sits there just sort of growling at you.
The dog attacked us. But I'm going to knock on the gate.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
You're knocking on the gate. The dog lunges forward, and it's straining against this thick chain, which is anchored to the wall,
Okay.
growling at you at this point.
We need to break that chain if we want the dog to
The
attack
dog
now.
is doing what the dog's supposed
Yeah.
to do. That's not probable.
Yeah.
Probable cause. The guard dog.
Well,
Is there any
he's
way
already
to
knocked
call,
on the gate, so I guess.
Call what?
like any bell or whatever on the gate or whatever?
I'm gonna try and lock it.
No,
Put the
that'd
dog
be
right
break.
there.
That'd be breaking
What?
in.
Put the dog right there.
Dog gonna do.
Dog doing.
Can Jinx go up to the tower within those windows?
Well, at this point, we
Yeah.
already knocked on the gate, so, and the dog's barking, so
Dog's not barking, it's growling. Yeah, it's not making a bunch of noise.
we probably need to yell to see
To
if
make the dog angrier.
Hello.
Well, and you can hear noise and like sounds coming from inside the factory. I mean, yelling probably doesn't draw much attention.
Maybe
Between
from
the
the
stone
guards.
building and everything else. Yeah, town guard you might alert, but I mean, you guys are on the southern edge of the town. There isn't much around here. So you could probably make a fair bit of noise before there's anybody that actually interacts with anything.
We need to find some incriminating evidence.
We can't use any evidence that we find in there, but I think for peace of mind, we know what's going on.
She's got invisibility,
I think
never
we
go
should-
in.
Make a couple people invisible, go in, find a way.
Wait, one of
To
us
let
could
everybody
disguise
else
as a
in.
deformed person and go in.
I can't. I
Anyone.
can't be quiet. So
Anyone can disguise as a deformed person,
Okay.
probably.
I don't know.
everyone be sneaky.
I don't know why that came back up, but ignore that. And no bearing on this. There's no planchette board.
You send up Jinx to look in the tower windows real quick.
Yeah.
Just so we can see what's in there.
Okay.
The second story was living quarters, but the tower itself had.
Yep.
Yeah, I was gonna say I could just climb the side of the building and hop up later.
Okay, you send Jinx up to check out the upper tower windows. Go up there, it looks through the windows, comes back and reports that the upper windows are inhabited or occupied, I guess, by small bat-like creatures. Sort of like a miniature humanoid bat. There's several in the tower. They seem either dead or petrified or inactive, maybe asleep.
So it's obviously not the living.
Correct.
Oh, no. Regular.
They're inside the tower.
They're inside the tower. The windows are the same as the rest of them. You'd have to break one to get inside.
Carter with
Sure.
Xerxes.
You can give me. You guys can give me a occult roll with a penalty of 2. Anybody who's there.
They do a vertical.
Sure. You can use that instead for any of them.
Nature?
22. No, occult. 22. According to the bird's description,
25.
you recognize them probably as homunculuses.
That part of the
Sort of.
Are they like the things from the Wizard of Oz?
No. Those would be much bigger. These are small, only a foot or two. They appear to be sort of like a minor golem, as a homunculus.
So they're at like a door.
They're like assistants typically.
I think no matter what, we
I
gotta
have
tell
a 16 or a 6, but then I get the +4 from the lockpick.
It's kind of like, what are we looking for? We found searching. Got a guard dog that's
Need to invest.
We're all past team.
We need to find out who the shambling man.
It might not be true though. The shambling man might be no one.
He's someone.
Is
He
there
set the
office
fire.
hours?
We found that out.
Are there office hours here? There's nothing posted.
Why?
Okay.
I could.
Okay.
I
Who
could.
wants to go invisible with me?
I'll go invisible with you.
Do you have lock picking skills?
I do.
I got
Okay.
+10.
Let's go in.
I'm against the whole thing.
Do you guys have lockpicks?
Yeah,
With the information that we found out so far, like with the everything we have going to this place, would that be knowing the legal system? Would that be probable cause to invest?
We can't testify.
We
We
can't.
can't-
What
we
if there's
can't-
something
you
in
can
there that we
provide-
can bring back as proof?
Yes, but we can't do that because we'll be breaking the law.
What I'm
And
not
then they're
saying we.
discount that.
Well, to get to your point, what you have right now would be termed circumstantial. You have a lot of information that leads to this, but their public reputation and all the information is A, they're untouchable because of their contacts, and B, their public reputation is very clean. There's no reason to suspect them of foul play or any problems. You have some information that says, yeah, they had some interactions with people, but it's a chemical factory that has interactions with lots of people. The odds of finding a bleach bottle somewhere is as common as any household having bleach in it. Okay. Now, to what your point, you can go in there, but it really what George is saying is accurate. If you go in there and you find more circumstantial evidence doesn't really help you. If anything, it hurts your case a lot more. If you find clear-cut proof, that changes the equation.
That's what I'm hoping
Okay.
to find.
And that's the gamble.
And then if I don't have clear-cut proof, then all we have is circumstantial evidence with everything that we have anyway.
Right, which means presumably the beast is going to be killed
Right.
and put to death.
But I'm willing to gamble on finding
That,
concrete evidence.
okay, and that's valid. Subject to what you guys are willing to risk.
As of right now, we have nothing concrete.
If we find concrete evidence in there, would we be able to use it? Because we could find concrete evidence, but then we would have to admit that we broke in.
If we went in and found concrete evidence, that would give them a reason to go in and
Well,
get a
it's-
search warrant.
Think of it in terms of movies and TV, where the private eye or the cop knows who they think they know who did it, so they set a trap, or they go in and find something, and as soon as that information becomes known, then the whole case gets immediately thrown away, or the bad guy confesses, etc. Okay? If you're able to achieve that, great. If you're not able to, it looks that much worse on your case.
So playing devil's advocate for a second, what would we find in there that's solid proof?
We need to go in and find out.
Okay.
Right.
I'm down.
Papers,
Like,
papers going
okay.
back and forth saying, hey, we're buying body parts from you. We want you to stitch this together or find.
I think there's enough evidence for us to go in there
I'm down.
with
Let's do it.
the stitched together dog
The-
and the stitched together mask, and this being
the
the
tools.
yes.
Right.
Well, the problem is those are legal here, so.
Well, it all comes down to each of you probably has a general theory of how things are interacting. Some of them are accurate, some of them might not be. If you think this is the proper course of action, then you do so. And depending on what you find or don't find, that'll adjust it.
You're thinking what I'm thinking. That this guy created the beast.
I'm thinking
I'm
that this
I'm
guy
pretty sure too, yes, but
is
it's doing it
impersonating
properly.
the beast, making the beast the fallout guy.
Okay. Fair enough. I mean, that's not exactly
He's
what I'm
wearing the
thinking, but
stitched together
close.
mask. He's got the cloak. He's doing all these bad things and impersonating the beast. And the beast is just taking the fall
at the
for it.
swamp area.
Yeah. It covers him for
The
all the
swamp
killing that he's been doing
You
to
know,
create
oh,
these
we found the
creatures and
graves
steal
and stuff
these
like
people
that, and
to fund
he had the
whatever.
mask. Was he deformed
And he
at all?
may have
The
created
body of them?
beast.
Yeah.
He very well may have.
Nope, I'm with you, but we don't know until we try. No, I'm
Did
down.
we know that like person we talked about was ignored?
Which person?
The
Bolster.
yes.
Human. According to the defense lawyer, he was human.
Yes.
Okay.
But
And I
George,
died.
you're not, right?
Yeah, I'm not.
Okay, so you can't testify then.
No, I can testify because previously, if you don't sign up, you can still testify.
Oh, okay. I didn't know you wanted to do that or
The-
not.
If,
Yeah, yeah.
if you're a witness, you're a witness. That's irrelevant. You just don't have any authority to investigate officially.
Gotcha. Okay.
Okay. But again, assuming you have solid proof of something, then yeah, I mean, there's only so much defense a higher contact can give you, etc.
Alright, so is it just you and those or is
How many invisibility does
I
he
can
have?
do 3 invisibility.
Okay.
Okay.
I am not
No.
stealthy.
Superior
so-
lockpicks give you a +4 in theory.
His lockpicks give him a +4.
Okay, I have superior lockpicks also.
Superior give you 2.
Stealthy.
Okay.
Yeah, superior is effectively a masterwork one.
I just don't feel.
before you go in,
I just-
I'm gonna give you my magnifying glass.
glass.
Magnifying glass is still +2.
Right.
Carefully study stuff.
And the key thing on invisibility, keep in mind, I don't know how long it lasts.
10
And
minutes.
once
10
you,
minutes.
Once you act, you know.
Once you cause damage or receive damage, it breaks the invisibility. Okay?
That doesn't necessarily mean to block them.
No, damn it. You have to actually cause an attack or receive damage
Which
of
is what
some
we're
sort.
trying to do anyway.
Right. Okay. So
Now-
you guys back away from the gate. As you do, the dog turns around, goes back to where it was sitting, sits back down.
If we got in there
Depends on the situation.
None of the windows are open. So the bird will have to fly through all the open doors.
None of the
Well,
windows
depending
are
on where we are.
openable?
And none of them are openable. It's just pane glass on stone.
Small panes of glass in a iron grill.
Oh, kind of like the windows.
Alright, so let's say you're not back in 10 minutes. Maybe then we go in.
10 minutes.
They're not back in 10 minutes. They're visible.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
It's a
It's in 10 minutes.
We have a friend over there.
Is it George, Ocean? Is it going?
I don't know.
Yes, I'm down. I'm going.
So the sorceress, the monk, and the bard. Is that what we're doing? Okay. So you cast invisibility. How are you getting in?
If we take any damage, that means if anybody falls, we.
That person does, yeah. It's individual.
Oh, will there be entrances to the room?
None that you can see.
The only entrance is through this front gate.
Maybe
The front gate leads you into this courtyard. You could conceivably climb the 20-foot gate, the fence. There doesn't seem to be any surface access or roof access. There is a large door, loading bay that leads into the building here, and above it, 1 story up, there's a large loading door that just is out onto the open air. Presumably where they would have a crane or something like that to move barrels.
Is there a chimney?
There's 2 big chimneys on the northern side of the building spewing the black smoke.
Are you guys just
No. Because you're gonna fall into the fire.
You want to go through the load dock?
But
Yeah,
not
let's
Santa
go
Claus.
to the loading.
Okay, so the loading dock is right here, right next to where the dog is. Okay? From what you can tell, the dog has a 20-foot chain from the back right corner. It could reach, it sits right next to the loading dock. It can reach the door into the building.
We might want you guys to
Would it
distract
dispel
the
magic
dogs
spell?
so that we
Dispel a
Yeah.
No,
No, it would
no,
not.
it will not.
can we have them distract the dog so that it comes up once we're in?
I'll have Carter go.
I just go open the door.
Keep in mind, it's a robot. Okay, it's not distractible as such
Well, you can move
because you
it.
can't influence it.
Well,
Right,
wait,
if they can
wait,
come
wait,
back out
wait.
in sight of the dog.
React to them, sure.
Yes.
Sure.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like-
it has a pre-programmed operation and everything.
Yeah, like you guys tell us which way you are going, and then we move to the opposite side. The dog comes over to us, and then it won't notice you guys.
Yes,
Even if you're
So
on
we
this way.
climbing the gate?
you said the gate's 20 feet.
The fence is 20 feet up. Okay, now, knowing it's a golem, as far as the dog, an important thing to know about it. Golems are highly resistant to magic. Okay? I.e., anything that targets them, it's automatically immune to spells and magical abilities other than abilities of its own. Each different type of golem is affected by different types of magic in special ways. You don't know what this one is. Generally speaking, magic will if it's susceptible to a magic, it'll take extra damage, but then there's also magic which will heal it. Some magic will slow them, some magic will haste them. Okay? It's pretty risky to be using magic on them for any effect until you're certain by what it is.
No,
But we're not using magic on it.
Right. So the spells on your effect don't make any difference. To your understanding, golems don't have the ability to see through invisibility. Okay.
so which doors are you
Through the loading dock.
going down? So then we'll go over here and get near the fence and they'll come over.
Okay, but here's my question. Are we climbing the fence or are we gonna break the lock? Or stuff like that?
Pick the lock.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're gonna go out and pick a lock? Or you staying back? Or you, no?
I'm going to assume you're going until you start climbing or go through the gate or whatever. I'm going to assume you're holding off the invisibility.
Right.
So the minute that gate, you're accessible.
So do you guys want me to try and pick the lock then?
Yeah.
Golems record normally, from their knowledge, would they know if golems can record information?
Yeah, they're not that advanced.
I got a 20.
20. Okay. You start working on the lock. You feel some of the tumblers start to move. The dog lunges forward and is growling at you about 5 feet away. Doesn't seem to like you trying to mess with the lock, but you have only partially picked it at this point. You can.
Part of it?
We sat in the
27.
27. Okay, you have 2 successes now.
24.
Okay. With a couple of rounds of effort, you manage to pick the lock, and with a soft chink, the door opens up, or at least the lock is undone.
Done. I'm not going inside.
And you just walk away, and the dog's like, what?
Dog sits there staring at you.
Okay.
It's slightly unnerving because it's not panting or breathing or anything. It's just sitting there staring at you.
Stare back.
Okay.
So now we need other people to distract it away from the gate. And we go in.
Yes.
Okay. So you guys have invisibility, and as I understand, some people are going to be over here and say, "Hey, dog, look over here." You get as soon as you get close to the gate is when it reacts. So you basically are right up against the gate. It's at the edge of its chain, basically ready to attack you if it could get free. The other 3 of you head in. And we have Balbed, Doge, and the Sorceress. Okay. Are you leaving the gate behind you open or closed?
It rips off your hand.
We just want to slightly close it.
Yeah, I don't want to lock it.
Okay. You close it but don't latch it or don't lock it. Okay, that's fine. Okay. Always worried. Probably, but okay. The dog is otherwise distracted. You guys head over to the door. It is a large loading door. They slide over to the side, leading into an interior room.
What do we see in there?
You haven't opened them yet. You want? Who wants to open the doors? Okay. Okay. You push it slightly open. It does take quite a bit of effort. They're pretty big doors. Open it up. You see inside the room. The door opens slightly. You see a mongrelman just inside, who sort of looks up and looks at the door. Looks rather confused. There's 2 others in the room. They look like they're piling boxes and moving equipment around. It's it's only open an inch or 2 at this point.
So the little tiny crack.
Just per your description, so you could look in. Okay. If you want to open it up larger, be able to go in, that's fine. Obviously, they're going to think something's up. Okay. It's hard to tell. You can't see them. You can't see them. You mean the mongrelman?
Right.
Yeah. He's sort of standing there, the barrel in his hands. He's sort of looking at the door. You can hear the dog growling, and you can see Arius at the far side, like shaking the cage a little bit, keeping the dog distracted. He slowly puts the cask down.
If he comes, he might open it and see what they're doing.
Well, he walks up, sort of looks through the gap, and then pushes the door closed. You gonna resist it or let him close it? Okay.
The other door.
From the other side of the door, you hear something loud fall into place.
You just barred the door.
Okay.
This time I'm going to open it.
Okay.
We're all gonna
So who's going over there first?
Coach can leave.
Make a stealth check. 23. Okay. You head over to the door, standing right next to the snarling golem dog, who is distracted by Arius and appears to be completely unaware of your presence. You find the door. It appears to be locked. Remember?
Looks like there's a guy right in front of you, though. Oh.
Yep. Thievery plus any bonuses for lockpicks you have. Okay. No problem. You bend down. This door opens very easy, much easier than the gate for some reason. You pick it, and inside is a platform or raised ledge or whatever. Take a step in, looking around the room. The chamber inside, assuming you can see everything that's on the map there, there are a little bit of light streaming in from the moonlight outside and the glowing lights that they have. Do either of the three of you have light on you?
I probably have light on me, but I would probably not bring it.
Okay, just want to make sure.
The light be invisible.
No. Invisible light is like darkness.
As well as light only you can see.
Okay, so I'm assuming the three of you are all following along. So inside the building, there are, like as I described, multiple vats. Right next to you is a ladder that leads down into the lower depths area. There is a maybe 1 foot walkway around the rim of each one of the large vats, and then a wooden plank that's stretched out across each one. All of the wooden planks are like this bleached white color from the chemicals. Up above, you see a vent area where that goes up into the chimneys for the smoke to come out. And all of the vats are giving off a very strong fumes. Everything. The mongrel men in the place are moving about, stirring, pouring chemicals, and so forth. There are furnaces underneath the place that are burning. The whole place feels like a sauna as far as the heat. To your side, there's a ladder here that leads up to the upper level, and then a couple other ladders that lead down into the place, down into the lower level. Okay. The most important thing, however, is as soon as you open the door, you're hit by the chemical smell, which is very strong in here, which give me a fortitude save.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. 14. Okay. You managed to stifle a cough. The sounds in here are pretty loud with the fires and everything else going on. Just the sound of the factory. It is not strong enough to make you sick yet, but if you spend too much time in here, it will. Definitely doesn't seem to be a very good place to be working long term. The mongrel men's don't seem to have any effect from it.
Towards the bottom, or you want you gotta get to that ladder.
How sturdy are the ladders?
The ladders are iron. They look very sturdy and they look in good condition. I mean, they have a bit of debris and residue on them, but from what you can tell, they look sturdy. The wooden planks, maybe not so much, plus they're fairly narrow walking across.
But we don't need to cross them. That's the ladder that goes.
Yes, but it only comes down to your current level, and the platform is only right here by the door. You either need to go down to the lower level and then up somewhere else, or cross over the planks to get over to it.
Planks. These are the planks that you're talking
Yes.
about.
There's no straight path from here over to that ladder.
So, go down to go up.
Okay, so you're gonna go down, which will bring the other only place to go back up is over here. Yes. No. Right here.
Here, right.
Right.
I can't stop.
Think of this as 3 stories. Okay. There's the bottom floor where the fires are, the middle floor where you are, and the tops of the vats are, and then an upper floor.
That's okay, because we got a mongrel there and a mongrel there, right?
Yes. Now they're moving somewhat, but in general they're in that
So
location.
we still should have to go down, go up there.
Like you're halfway through.
Right. Okay.
Okay. You're gonna go down to the bottom.
Yeah.
Okay. Now you can see a couple of other ones down there. You guys go ahead and descend. Give me stealth checks for the 3 of you.
18. I'm sorry. That's.
Okay. So all 3 of you are in the basement at this point.
Is there
No,
moonlight in?
let's call them in. Not. Sorry.
John apologizes.
Are there moonlight? Is there moonlight? No.
No.
The place is lit by the fires underneath
Oh,
the
okay.
vats, but there's no moonlight as such.
How would they be able to manage to work without any source of light though?
Dark vision?
Oh.
Okay. So you guys are in this lower level. Your specific location is not really that relevant. There is several other areas. Now it's quite a bit darker down here, but that you guys can see because of the glow. At the far end of the room, there's a door that leads somewhere else in the basement. The staircase leads up from here, goes all the way up to the top level, or you can go across over to the far side of the room over here. Again, there's another couple of mongrel men down here that are working and feeding the fires underneath the place.
You want to go on the
All
top?
all of the mongrel men, now that you guys are quite a bit closer to them, they all seem badly scarred and burned, like they've suffered from chemical burns on their skin. Beyond just the basic mutation and growths and things like that, they have other serious ailments and problems. These ones are also have a breathing apparatus on their face to help them breathe. Each of you go ahead and give me another fortitude save.
26.
Okay. And where are you guys going to head to?
Well, you said we get to the door down here, so we do level by level.
Okay. So at least for now, you guys staying relatively close can whisper enough to be able to communicate. There's not enough noise. If it gets quiet, that's going to be a factor because communication like that is going to be relevant. Okay, so you guys you work your way across the room carefully. Give me another stealth check.
13. And I'm sorry, 15.
Yeah, also.
Okay. None of the mongrel men seem to notice you. You get over to the door, which I'm assuming you're going to open.
Well,
Is it like a slide door?
No. This is a regular oak wood door.
now, are we in a position where we open it?
They seem busy. You think you could probably go in? I mean, you don't know for certain,
I
but
don't know what's on the other side.
Wanna find out?
Doge is getting nervous. Okay, so you swing that door open.
Swing it.
Okay, you push the door open. Each of you quickly diving into the other room. And close the door behind you.
Not latching it.
You're going to leave it loose, specifically?
Just hold where it's meeting the door.
Okay. Okay. So it appears from a casual look to be closed. Okay. This appears to be a storage room. There is no light in this room. So,
Can I
yeah,
cast light
you can.
and not be visible?
You can cast light. The light is visible. You are not.
So I will have
You'll be able to
like
see
a glowing
perfectly fine.
presence.
Well, you can choose.
Yeah, maybe good.
You can.
I can see.
Doge can see just fine.
I have
Yeah.
low light.
I have
vision.
low light also.
There's no light here though,
Yeah.
so you have the low light doesn't help you.
I can see.
The bird's got dark vision. But how much? Tell me what. I see,
It's a
right?
seeing eye bird.
Well, that's fine. The bard is completely
And
blind.
it's a seeing eye dog. So there you go.
Let's hold hands for it. Grab his
Okay.
tail.
So Doge, you looking around the room. It is a storage room. There is a door to your right leading out of the room.
I don't know. I can't see it.
The smell of chemicals in here is significantly less. But
Storage
that's
room.
about it.
Maybe we should open the boxes.
No. You don't know. I'll let you know when it's 10 minutes. I'll let them know when it's getting close to 10 minutes. Okay. It is filled with crates, coffins, straw, and several huge bell jars.
Hey,
Bell
Robert.
jars.
Like that you keep specimens in?
Yeah.
I think it's called
Right.
like,
Like
it's
the little
bell
shrunken
shape.
heads and stuff like that?
Okay. You start opening crates. You can't make out any of the details, but it's filled with bottles and containers. You need light to be able to read any of the labels or figure out what they are.
You guys could pretend to be ghosts. Ghosts are scary.
Tiny light. I can go.
I got
All I
lantern.
have is casting.
You guys could pretend to be ghosts. Very scary.
I got a torch in it and
So, I can't see anything.
Yeah, you're blind.
But you can say so.
You can talk.
I'm telling
That's
you.
about it.
I'm
Yeah.
telling you what I'm saying.
That's
There's
sunrise.
jars.
Yeah, sunrise makes it like
Yeah, that's really bright.
Oh, I don't want that.
Yeah.
Flare.
right.
Okay. Can we see what's in the bell jars?
What?
Can we? Yeah, what's
empty
in the
jars.
bell jar? Oh, they're empty.
There's labels on it.
The inside the crates, the stuff is labeled, marked, etc. But you
You
like
can read
to be
it
able to-
though, right?
You can't. You can't read it with dark vision because you can't make out that level of detail. You can see objects, and that's about it. You would need light to be able to actually decipher what they are.
The bullseye lantern. Be dim enough, like I can dim it up.
You
Dim
can
it
focus the beam, yes. Okay. You want to light your lantern?
I'm going to completely close the door behind
Okay.
me. I can do it.
Okay.
Can we see light from the other door that's
Yeah.
coming in?
Just focus it on that specific.
Okay. Looking around, you find the victim crates amongst them. You spend, say, 3 minutes searching the crates. You find a collection of different things. There are blade guard, blood block, silver weapon blanching, cold iron blanching, and an adamantine blanch. Okay.
Let's go.
Nothing
Well,
dire or anything. All
We
very
found blood
valuable.
block at one of the areas. Blood block. Yes, but we still found it in one of the areas.
Right.
I didn't find it, but I remember that
I
someone
don't
found
remember
it.
either. I know I have a vial of blood block, but
It
I
was
don't
in-
remember where.
Okay.
I think
Okay.
it was on the island or whatever with the person.
Okay.
Where was it?
Give me
There
a
was a bunch
perception
of
check.
vials and stuff in there, so.
That would be a 11.
18.
Come on.
Okay. Couple of things. One, you hear footsteps approaching from the direction of the vets. Okay. Now, you have a lot of crates currently open. You guys have been looking through, etc. The other thing you spot is here on the eastern wall, there is a section on the ground that has a mark scratched in the ground.
I'm currently putting like at least the crate lid back on.
Okay.
Like what you mean art?
Like
Like a rainbow?
Like the arc
shape
of a
on the-
door.
yeah.
Oh.
Well, it's safer than
Well,
that.
let's close the crates and stuff first, and then once the person is done investigating this area
Okay, so you quickly close the crates and everything.
and turn off the light.
Okay. Door opens up. A mongrel man comes in, grabs one of the crates, that walks it back. They seem particularly strong for their size. Goes back into the other room and closes the door. Okay. Given the time, we're going to stop here. You guys have approximately 5 minutes left on your invisibility, and we will continue that with the next time.
Okay.
Okay. Go ahead and give me the hero points back. Go ahead and record how many you have at this point.
So do we get more hero points when everybody's used theirs?
Yeah.
How
You
does
get
that-
more. You get more at key points in the story.
Okay.
That is a thing. Can we just leave our character?
Yeah, you absolutely can. You need to take care of the dog. Is everybody leaving? And then next time, we will figure out whether you guys get arrested or solve the mystery.
We're
Is there
gonna
a
solve
particular
it.
spot that you want our character?
The figure?
No, I just meant the.
That slot underneath the fireplace there, right above the flames, where that red thing is, you can probably put it there. That's easy.
Perfect.
Hey Ben, you want me to keep your folder here? Well, you got